of all presentations is very critical for your congresses. In other words, all presenters were supposed to pre-record their presentation, submit them to the organizers, so that when they are not present to present, the recording will play. We found that very useful. Integrate different media types is important in disseminating Congress information to enhance wider participation. Employing good and effective local ICT platforms and websites. Co-hosting is key in full control and management of the event. And here you are very grateful to the platform that hosted the Congress provided by Protel, which is a local firm. They did a wonderful job, and the interactions that we had with them was very good. Initially, we had thought of procuring an international firm to give us a virtual platform. But after the event, we realized that would have been a very bad mistake that would have made. In the future, organizers of such congresses should embrace a hybrid type of arrangement to enable wider participation. We all felt that if we had embraced a hybrid Congress, whether those members who are able to come to Kenya would have made it, and those who could not come could have joined virtually, we would have a greater success than the one that we had. But these are lessons that we've learned. So I don't want to demean the fact that Protel, a local firm, mobilized within 2 weeks, were able to give us a vibrant virtual platform, trained everybody, and that underscores the availability of such capacities in Kenya. So any of us who would want to hold virtual Congress, don't go looking for platforms outside the country. First of all, explore what's available before you go outside the country. And with that, DG, PS, we would like to say thank you very much. So the Congress report contains all that in greater details, and it's about 118 pages. And we are happy to also present it as one of the documents that will be launched in this event. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Muriithi. You captured the process very well. I'm sure for a new visitor presenting the PS, you can see how involved we were. And Kenya reputation was at stake. But I think we did all the best we could. Can we clap for ourselves? We didn't let down the country. Now, I'll ask our lady, Dr. Jane Wamwongo, to come over and give highlights of the copies of the Congress Proceedings, Volume 1. And are you giving both? Buko is going to give Volume 2. Volume 1. Karibu, Jane.
Good morning, DG, Rep PS. Karibu to the presentation of the process we went through to get the proceedings in place. As we set up, I can, there we are, that the process was long, because we were part of the committees that Dr. Muriithi has talked about, the publications subcommittee. My chair, Professor Nyagito, is here with us. I had several chairs. I think I was one of the constant factors in that subcommittee, because we started with the Lance Robinson of Erie. Then he left Erie and he wasn't able to perform the role of the chair for some time. So we brought on Professor Nyangito, who led us through that subcommittee to the very end, and to hear where we are, where now we have the proceedings ready for launching. I think we are having a bit of a challenge as we go through that. I come from a community where a singer once said, vehicles have, I don't know how to put it, but he was explaining that you can plan a journey, take your vehicle, and then it breaks down. So these things made by hands can sometimes let us down. So I think that's what we are trying to fix here. But that notwithstanding, I can say that when we started the Congress, we developed the TORs that the authors were to present their papers in. We gave very explicit guidelines, and we got the first initial submission was an abstract of about 250 to 350 words. We reviewed them and then asked them to develop a longer abstract, a 4-page abstract. And that is the part that was to go into the proceedings. We made it very clear to them that if we had a physical Congress, we would have had a book of abstract with those initial abstracts. But now for the proceedings, we wanted the 4-page paper. So that is what we ended up getting. Of course, the COVID dealt us a bit of a blow because the initial number of abstracts that had been submitted is not what we ended up with. A few people dropped off the line, as my former boss has said. The decisions of whether we were going virtual or physical or hybrid, I think made a few people become a bit undecided. So we lost quite a number of people who didn't submit their papers. So I wasn't told to me Rudy. So this is just what I was talking about. Our TORs, we have to develop guidelines for preparation and submission of the abstracts and full papers, which we did, sending out a call for the papers and managing the whole peer reviewing process. And now finally we were to develop the Congress proceedings, and that is why we are here. So this was taken on immediately after the Congress in October 2021. And we continued these few months, and we are very glad that today we are here with a product that can be launched. So the committee that was to develop the Congress proceedings, we took all the poster and oral papers that were presented at the virtual Congress, and these were to constitute into volumes. They are huge, as has been alluded by the previous speaker. So they are coming out in volumes. So to do this, the publication subcommittee couldn't do it on our own. So we co-opted members of the other subcommittees, the steering committee, and we worked on the 1,040 abstracts or full papers that we had received in order to make them uniform so that they can be presented in the proceedings. So our process of compiling and designing these papers included reviewing each paper to ensure they complied with the instructions to others that we had sent. And here I would say many had not complied. So it meant doing a bit of editing, quite a bit of editing, to ensure that what we had envisioned would be the proceedings, the paper going into the proceedings is what we presented. So we edited the papers as necessary, but ensured that we did not change the intended message that the others wanted to put across. However, in some cases, specialist matters, specialist of, yeah, those ones. Subject matter specialists would look at the content, and where they found it wasn't really flowing, they could tweak it to ensure that it flows. these were the instructions that we had sent to others. It was very explicit, very clear. We starting all the way from the title, the way the names were to be, how the affiliations were to be written. We also wanted keywords and how they were to be written. And here we could find papers that didn't have the keywords. So it would mean the reviewer would look at that paper and try to pick out the keywords. We had the abstract of 300 words, and then we had instructions on how the text was to be. And all these are the things that we had to look into and ensure they were flowing. Then we had instructions on how they were to describe the methods and study sites, and they were to give enough details to enable replication, because at the end of the line, at the day we are talking of scientific papers, and referencing properly where previous methods were being utilized. Then we had the methods, how they were to report the results, including, if necessary, subheadings, first level, second level, how they were to put the tables, the photographs, and all the narratives so that it would flow and be understandable to the readers. We also gave instructions on how the discussions was to be written, that they should discuss the main contribution to knowledge and adequately cover related subject matter that has been published. And conclusions were not to restate the results, but indicate inferences from the results. We also gave instructions on how they were to do acknowledgements to individuals or organizations, and where financial, technical, editorial support was given, how it should be acknowledged. We also gave detailed instructions on how the references were to be put. And we expected it to be followed, but again, this is one of the areas where we found citation was in all manners, and we had to do quite a bit of work on them. We gave different types of citations, articles. We gave how they were to cite books, how they were to cite book chapters, etc. So when we started working on these papers after the Congress, we simplified these instructions to enable the team that was producing the proceedings to be able to work on them. And we picked the things that we saw were very diverse in the papers. For example, the name of the authors and institutions, we made it clear how they were to be defined in superscript. And I have an example there. We also saw that the affiliation of institutions was not written the way we would have wanted it to be. Some had just abbreviated, so sometimes we had to go to Google to look for the full name. Some are Spanish. So we looked for them and ensured that all affiliated institutions were written in full, that keywords appeared, as I said, that the names of the authors followed the format we wanted, that is a surname, comma, and initials, dot, and superscript to show the institution. We also gave how the names were to be separated when citing in the reference, except the last name, where we would add and, how to cite in the literature, in the text. For example, Buku and Joka 2015. If there are more than two, Buku et al. 2015. We also checked on the SI units and the way measurements were reported and ensured everything was in SI units. We also looked at the headings of tables and figures and ensured they were the way we would want all of them to be. Other changes that we were keen on is where we had abbreviated percentage. We wanted it in abbreviation, not in words. And of course, the referencing in the different outlets, journals, books, reports in proceedings, etc. You might recall that the the conference papers were arranged in themes. We asked for the papers in themes. So these were the 7 sub-themes that we had. And this table is showing the number of oral papers we received, the number of poster papers we received, and in each sub-theme and the total. So for all the sub-themes, we had 173 oral papers and 219 poster papers. And here I might just want to add that the papers were all treated the same from the beginning. The fact that one was classified a poster or an oral paper doesn't mean any was superior to the other. It's just that the space and the mode of presentation made us distinguish which one goes to what. Some people opted from the beginning, they want theirs as poster papers. Then for the oral papers we had to fit in the sessions and the concurrent sessions, then the rest went to poster papers. So in total, we have the 2 volumes, the volume 1, which will contain the oral papers, and volume 2, which will constitute the poster papers. My colleague will come to highlight on that, but I just want to show the team that worked on all this. The technical team included Dr. Joseph Mureithi, Professor Nyangito, Dr. Wamuongo, Dr. Okoti, Dr. Nyambati, Dr. Mbuku, Professor Njoka, Dr. Miano, and Madam Florida Martim. Then we had the other team which was working on the online proceedings, Henry Wanyama and Richard Kedemi, who were supported by Primrose Nabuire and Nathan Maweo, and the designers were Emma Nyaora and Stephen Odipo. Thank you.
Not easy. At one point we were concerned whether we will get responses from the people who are giving us the paper. Because of, yeah, at one point we are concerned, but because of clear communication and follow-up, we saw people responding, even beyond expectation. So thank you very much. Now we go to my friend, Dr. Buko, to tell us about the 2nd volume. What is your subject? The Insights of Copy Congress Proceedings, Volume 2.
Our Director General, Caro, Dr. Eliud Kilger, our representative for the PS, Crop Development and Agricultural Research, our Director, Livestock Production, Mr. Vishal Elmi, colleagues, good afternoon. It's still morning. Good morning. Just to clarify, my colleague, Dr. Wamongo, has presented the process that we underwent in the production of the proceedings. I will take you through the real product, volume 1 and volume 2. But before then, our guest, hosting Congress, a scientific Congress, requires every investment in terms of the human, the financial, and the infrastructural capacity. 5 years ago, we started this. And now we can say we have a product in terms of the reports and the proceedings. Worldwide, sometimes you have these particular meetings, conferences, and then it takes almost 4 years to have proceedings because of those challenges. It requires commitment in terms of time, commitment in terms of your energies, commitment in terms of the resources, the financial resources, and the human capital to produce such proceedings on time. I have to really thank the support that we got from the NOC chair and also the chair of the secretariat of the NOC, our director, to have these proceedings produced, and the team that put their energies, their commitment into this process, including the smaller committee and the designers, the ICT people who spent their quality time into this process, led, of course, by Dr. Muredi, who was our former DDG. So, as presented by my colleagues, after the Baburi meeting, we held some 2 sessions in Nakuru of the technical people and these designers. These papers went through light technical review by that team and even language editing. But at the end of the day, the intellectual content of the papers remained of those of the authors. We did not change much. And we had papers which were presented at the plenary and papers which were presented in form of posters. All of them had the same weight. There was no paper which was less weight than the other. And because of the voluminous nature of the printouts, we decided to have volume 1 and volume 2 for the proceedings. And now it's my pleasure to take you just through the finished product of volume 1 on behalf of my colleagues. So this will be the top cover page of the proceedings, and I'm sure we have some printouts with us here today for the launch. Might have just slight adjustment, but those will be minor, which were affected since we came here. Very minor adjustment which we have done, but this is basically how the shape that all the both volumes will take. So this is volume 1, our guest, and it is it has what we call the front matter. Then we'll have the technical papers which were presented in the various concurrent sessions. As you are aware, we had 6 concurrent sessions, and which covered 7 thematic areas or sub-themes for that matter. So as you go through the front matter, you'll see some of the preliminaries that you'll find in any credible proceedings in terms of who the copyright is. For this case, the Secretariat, the Kenya Agricultural Research Organization. We have, of course, the editorial team, which also takes precedence in such international meetings, international congresses. And of course, it was important, and I'm not sure whether the continuing chairs are logged in. We had, of course, Professor Dana Professor Ray, and some 2 members from University of Kentucky who really helped us in this process when we were working in these Congress proceedings. Of course, we have the team from Caro headquarters, the designers, Emma, Stephen, Henry, Richard, Nathan, and Primrose. Of course, they have to get credit for the good work they did. Beyond the workshop days that we had in Nakuru, we continued interacting through from the offices, and they did really good work to have this. And of course, to give these proceedings, you know, to be credible, of course, we gave it a ISBN number. And we have to thank the Director General of Caro for giving us, allowing us to have this, you know, ISBN number. Of course, we had to acknowledge our technical partners and our sponsors who helped us throughout this journey in terms of their resources, in terms of their, you know, commitment of time and so forth to make this Congress a success. They are all captured there, both national institutions and international institutions from across the world. And of course, our designers did so many graphics issues here and there to make these proceedings, you know, friendly to users and so forth. And of course, as happens in other documents of this nature, we had a preface, of course, to give an overview of the process, of course, leading to this. And of course, the journey traveled by the International Grasslands Congress and International Regional Congress meetings, which are held after every 4 years. So we went through that, and that also gives the proceedings, you know, credibility, and of course, just signed by our chair of the NOC. But at the end of the day, our guests, we asked ourselves, we held a meeting, yes, but what were the main issues which came? What are the take-home messages from this Congress? With all the plenary presentations from luminaries across the country on the grassland and the regional ecosystems, what was the take-home messages? What were the outputs? What can somebody run with quickly, given even that the meeting was held virtually instead of, you know, face-to-face, as happens in most of these international meetings? So we did a soul search, scrutinized the 7 sub-themes, the many topics and others, and the presentations which came and the panel discussions that we had, and summarized some of the key messages, outputs from this particular meeting. I think that was also very important. And we thought as Kenya, we needed to put across to the world what came out of this and what then international momentum was created from this process and hosting this meeting in Kenya and in Africa for the first time. Of course, we'll be able to interact with the document and see some of those outputs, key messages, take-home messages that came out after the over 5 years of planning, execution of this particular international meeting. Of course, you'll find acknowledgements in the document, and we don't take that lightly. It's very important to acknowledge people. Our graphics designers have done it very well. And of course, in the document, you'll find the opening speeches from our chief guest, then the CS. Then we also get the opening speeches from the PS Crops, Professor Ahmad Bokar. Then there will also be speeches from the chairperson of the International Rangeland Congress. that I need to be guided also. Okay. I'm gonna remove that. Better the way it goes. I mean, I have the need. Yeah, there it goes. It's continue, you need it.
The Kenyan Southern Ridgelands are a combination of rural countryside and bustling metropolis. They are a wonderful destination to explore and are characterized by green and fertile stretches of land and expansive savanna grassland with a chain of ranches teeming with wildlife. The region receives 2 rainfall seasons from October to December and from March to May every year. These drylands suffer from multiple environmental problems associated with land use change. These include land degradation, leading to loss of livestock feed, crop failures due to drought and water shortages. These lands provide important lessons about the interaction of environmental change and land use policies, which has led to increased human settlement and overgrazing, leading to land degradation. Rehabilitation of these degraded grasslands involves restricted access to allow the vegetation to recover and natural species to reestablish. Rehabilitation that we see has been successful, but seed supply has been a major constraint. The Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, Arid and Semi-Arid Research Institute, have been working with farmers to produce pasture seed to help in the rehabilitation of grasslands.
The research that we do here at Kiboko is basically on how to improve livestock. Yeah? And you know, livestock, for it to perform, it requires feeds. So here at Arid and Rangeland Research Institute, Kiboko, we walk from the grass to the table.
And part of the work we do here in terms of research is a focus on range grass species. This idea about range grasses started a long time way back, whereby we started by going to the communities, trying to identify which species of grass
The Kenyan Southern Rangelands are a combination of rural countryside and bustling metropolis. They are a wonderful destination to explore and are characterized by green and fertile stretches of land and expansive savanna grassland with a chain of ranches teeming with wildlife. The region receives 2 rainfall seasons from October to December and from March to May every year. These drylands suffer from multiple environmental problems associated with land use change. These include land degradation, leading to loss of livestock feed, crop failures due to drought and water shortages. These lands provide important lessons about the interaction of environmental change and land use policies, which has led to increased human settlement and overgrazing, leading to land degradation. Rehabilitation of these degraded grasslands involves restricted access to allow the vegetation to recover and natural species to reestablish. Rehabilitation by reseeding has been successful, though seed supply has been a major constraint. The Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, Arid and Semi-Arid Research Institute, have been working with farmers to produce pasture seed to help in the rehabilitation of grasslands.
The research that we do here at Kiboko is basically on how to improve livestock. Yeah? And you know, livestock, for it to perform, it requires feeds. So here at Arid and Rangeland Research Institute, Kiboko, we walk from the grass to the table.
And part of the work we do here in terms of research is a focus on range grass species. This idea about range grasses started a long time way back, whereby we started by going to the communities, trying to identify which species of grasses are preferred by livestock. And from there, we decided to do some work with communities, identifying particular species, ranking them, and coming up with a few of which we can focus on in terms of development of newer species among the ones which were identified by farmers. So during that particular period, about 20 species were identified, of which ranking brought up to 4 of them, which we decided to take the top 4. And one of them is what we call Enteropogon macrostachys. This is the common name is bushrai. The other one is Cenchrus ciliaris. The common name is foxtail grass. Then we have another one called Chloris osbergiana, which is a variety, which is a species which is really liked by livestock. And then the common name is hostel grass. And then we have one which we really like working on in Kiboko here. It's called Proceedings superba. And this is one species which farmers really love because of its prolific growth and how it just adapts to the environment. So among these species, we identified them. We've been working on them for the past slightly over 20 years. But within them, because of the lot of focus has been in grasses which are for high potential areas. Grasslands, as we all know, they cover big, the arid and rangelands, the arid areas in Kenya, they cover long stretch all the way from northern Kenya up to the south. Percentage-wise, it's about 84%. So these 4 species, they are well adapted in these particular regions. But to now, on our development of species or of ecotypes from this, we decided to go around the country, collected different ecotypes among these key species I've mentioned. And from there, we've been focusing on identifying key characteristics among these particular species or ecotypes, to identify ones which they are well adapted and ones which are very superior in terms of forage yield, nutritive-wise, and also persistence. From these, we have been able to collect over 300 ecotypes, most of which are stored at the gene bank in Nairobi. And from these, we've been narrowing down and coming up, evaluating them, and seeing which ones are more superior to others. And together with the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Services, which is the main organization working on quality of this particular, working with research organizations in development of varieties and certified species which can be promoted and commercially produced. We've narrowed down up to around 5, and within the last 1 year, we've been able to at least release 4 ecotypes among these particular species.
As you remember, this country, 80% of it is rangelands. So we were working on grasses that are suitable for most of this country, the 80%. And fortunately, the region, the East and Central Africa, most of it also has got similar characteristics to our rangelands. So the grasses that we are working on here at Kiboko are also suitable not only for the 80% of this country, but also for the region, the East and Central, mainly the eagle countries.
Kosa kufanya vizuri. Nikaendea gari, nikakuja nikapanda benchi mbili hapa, hizi ya kwanza na ya pili. Na kwa bahati mbaya au nzuri, nikashikwa hiyo wakati. Hiko kwa mfua niletupa na nikashikwa 06 mpaka 2010. Wakati niliachiliwa nikakuja hapa, nikifika pale nikauliza mama, nani amepanda hii nyasi? Kaambia sio, hakuna mtu alipanda. Wale waje hii sehemu ikamea nyasi.
The biggest challenge that faces our livestock in this region is lack of sufficient feed. Yeah? The farmers do not have sufficient feed. And this is caused by lack of suitable varieties of the grasses that we have. And that is why we as KALRO Kiboko, we identify which grass varieties are suitable for this region. Yeah? And so we went out, we collected several different varieties, we tested them here on the ground to see which one is suitable. That was the beginning. Then thereafter, you may have a grass variety, but then the next question is it good for the animal? Will the animal eat these grasses? So we went again and tested, yeah, so as to know which one is good for the animal. We also multiply livestock. Yeah, we have the Gala goats. That is a suitable breed for the rangelands. It does pretty well. Yeah, the average weight of a Gala goat can be about 70 kilos for the bucks and about 50 kilos for the dogs. They do pretty well here. We are also improving cattle. Initially, we were keeping the East African Shorthorn Zeb, but we have now made a decision to change to the Boran. That does pretty well. So if you are looking for a breeding bag of the Gala, you're welcome to KALRO Kiboko. You will get it. To be sure that the solutions, the technologies that we are coming with reaches the farm, we work with partners. Yeah, we work with partners. We have identified different partners, the key being the extension services. And we have trained so many of them, yeah, so that we ensure that the technologies that we have developed reaches the farm. We have also gone out there. We have worked with other partners, the NGOs, you know, bringing them on board and training them. We have what we call the TOTs. Yeah, we have trained several of them in different parts. We have even gone to secondary schools, yeah, and trained the agriculture teachers so that we ensure that the people on the ground get the technologies that we have developed.
Them having faced different challenges of feed, we've been able to manage to do a few demonstrations on how they can undertake these particular ventures. And you can be sure in these areas, most of these technologies are being uptaken, especially on seed multiplication and forage conservation, reseeding, and rehabilitation of these particular regions. This is one species we call Centra ciliaris. As you can see, it's very prolific, high biomass production, very good in crude protein, which is a key factor in nutrition. And when we talk about ecotypes, as you can see, these two is the same species, but there are two different ecotypes within the same species. You can see the difference between these and these, very green and lighter.
Pasture management practices that are suitable. The first thing that you begin with is identifying the right variety. That is where you begin. And then once you have identified the variety, you go for land preparation. Yeah, and we do train farmers on how to prepare the land. After you have prepared the land, then we also show you how to seed, how to reseed that area so that when you have planted, what you have planted performs well. And thereafter, the management practice that follows, the management, the weeding, the bush control, up to the harvesting and processing of the same so that you're able to feed to the animal. Those are the different management practices that we give to the farmers. Wildlife is a big challenge to us here, and especially here where we are producing seed. Yeah, wildlife has been a huge challenge, especially the elephant. The elephant loves grass. And so us here at the station, we have decided to use an electric fence so that the elephants do not come in. Because when they come in, they will not only eat the grass, but they also create room for the antelopes and the zebras to come in. So for us here to be able to multiply the seed, we had to put up an electric fence. Wild animals also, the challenge, especially the carnivores, the lions, the leopards, the cheetahs, they are there. Yeah, we are trying to, embrace them because they are part of the environment, to live with them. So we work closely with the Kenya Wildlife Service, KWS, so that they trap the lions or the other carnivores like the leopards and the cheetahs and relocate them far away from here. Otherwise, wildlife is part of this place. We just learn to live with them. But for the elephants, so that we're able to multiply this seed, we had to do an electric fence.
Climate change itself is a global phenomenon. It's here with us, actually, and we've been able to see the effects as you go down and walk around the rangelands. Part of our mandate, of our work in terms of research, is being able to identify species which are climate smart and climate tolerant at the moment. In our work, as you can see, in this particular region, we've not had rains for the last 3 months. And most of the species we are dealing with, we promote to farmers. We try to tell them to grow. There are species which they are climate smart. Climate smart, I mean, they're able to persist for a long time even as long as 20 years without being depleted. And these are species which are very persistent in this particular region.
Ile faida nimepata kutoka kwa hii nyasi, kwanza niliuza mbegu, nikanunua hii mashine na tumepita pale kwa hiyo kashedi. Niliuza, nikaendea Nakuru, nikanunua. Nikakuja nikauza mbegu tena, nikanunua ng'ombe. Kalikuwa kadogo sana. Na sasa hii imezaa ng'ombe ngapi? Tuseme 5. Ng'ombe moja kutoka 20,000. Yaani hiyo pesa nilienda nikachukua 20,000, nikaenda nikanunua kandama. Na sasa inaendelea. Mimi nimekula hiyo ng'ombe kwa muda mrefu. Kwa hivyo mimi niko na faida. Kwa sababu nimeona hiyo nini ya kukata nyasi na niko na ng'ombe. Na bado naendelea na kutumia hiyo nyasi.
At Arid and Rangeland Research Institute, Kiboko, we walk from the grass to the table, looking at the grasses. What is suitable? Which grass is suitable for our
Thank you. PS Livestock, thank you for coming. Mr. Harik Mtai, we are missing you because you are part of this process. You are the one who has been inspiring us to continue, and all the achievement we have done is through your inspiration. And thank you so much, the representative of the PS Crops, Dr. Oscar Magenya. There's another Oscar there. Yes, karibuni. We just paused to let you come in, but we had gone through a bit of the program, and Dr. Samuel Buko was, please come on. You are familiar with all the process, because now we are just finalizing and telling you that we have got it. We have done it. Thank you. So continue.
Thank you, Professor Joka, the session chair. Before the mute, we were looking at the document, the Congress Proceedings, Volume 1, and we were at the point of the speeches. And as I said, the document contains all the speeches which were presented during the Congress by our chief guest, Honorable Peter Munya, the CS. We have opening speech from Professor Ahmad Boka, who was then the PS in charge of crops development and agricultural research. Then we had the opening speech from Professor Dana. All those speeches, colleagues, are contained in our front pages of the proceedings. And still in the front pages, we have proceedings of the business meetings of both the International Grassland Congress and the International Rangeland Congress. Of course, this was with consultation with the continuing chairs. We found it necessary to have those proceedings in the front of these Congress proceedings. It was quite detailed for both meetings, and of course the meetings were held virtually. Our chief guest, we had also summary papers from both the regional and for the grassland ecosystems, and those summary papers of what transpired during the Congress were summarized after the meeting and shared with the secretariat, and we were able to have them as part of the preliminaries of the volume 1 of the Congress proceedings. Our chief guest this afternoon. After that, you see in the report that we have recognized the membership of the National Organizing Committee, which you amply chaired, and with representation from different institutions, the Carlo, the University of Nairobi, CIAT, other people who are in the private practitioners, and different departments from the government, and our partner, International Livestock Research Organization, and even security team were represented, the Kenya Tourist Board. All those are well captured and recognized in the Congress proceedings. And as our international practice, we also recognize the more than 115 reviewers who did review of the papers before the Congress. And as the practice is, their names are just indicated without specifying the particular institutions which they, or even whether they are private practitioners, that we did not include as the practice internationally for such meetings, for such international congress. So our graphics, of course, as I said, were done very well by our team, trying to showcase the heritage of Kenya in terms of the wildlife and, other very, very historic and rich culture. You will find some of those photographs interchangeably in different, parts of this particular congress. But of course, the temple of content, which gives the overall depth of the Congress proceedings, is well captured there, so that you can take somebody, the reader, straight to where he has or she has interest in the dire proceedings. It's quite mouthful, our chief guest, because the proceeding, the Congress was also mouthful. And of course, as I said, there'll be you'll find a lot of, photographs, shows particular production systems as well, in between the sub-beams and so forth. So for this volume 1, as I said, my colleagues, our chief guests, we have 6 concurrent sessions, and we have 7 sub-themes in those various concurrent sessions. And then we have specific topics which came out during the presentations and were grouped by the technical team led by the publication committee. So that will be the trend throughout this particular document, the volume 1. And as I said, when we met in Nakuru after Mombasa in January, we came up with a structure of how we want to do the review process. And we were guided by the guidelines that we were shared with the prospective authors of papers. And we tried also to bring it to some harmony, some uniformity when in Nakuru, and we proved on that guidelines. And that is the guideline that we used throughout in the review of these particular papers. And I can report that all the papers were reviewed by the technical team, which was reconstituted after our Mombasa meeting. So in all the papers, you'll see the title, the authors, the affiliations. There is uniformity throughout the proceedings. And also if you get inside, you'll find the abstract, of course, filling a full page, but the matter, the content, then you take a column, and these will be uniform for papers, of course, following the IMRAD approach. And then the referencing section at the end is also uniform, following the guidelines that we developed in Nakuru post our meeting here in Mombasa. So you'll find in the reference is all uniform for the close to 400 papers, Mr. Chief Guest. So that is just one of the papers, and all the papers will take similar shape, similar form. And as I said, the reviewers did not change much on the intellectual content of the paper. That remains of the authors throughout the review process and the production of these proceedings. But I think at the end, the back pages, Mr. Chair. At the end of the proceedings, I'm not sure whether it's working. Okay. We have the back page matter, and that is the closing speeches from the Director General of CARO, closing speech from Professor Ray, and we'll have the closing speech from our very able chair and the Principal Secretary for State Department of Livestock. Then that takes you almost to the end of volume 1 of the papers captured in the Congress proceedings. Session Chair, with your permission, I can briefly also look at volume 2, and I request my team if you can just show the front pages of volume 2. Thank you. So volume 2 of the Congress proceedings is not different from volume 1 in terms of the front pages and also at the back. It is similar in form and also in content. But because of the bulkiness that I was talking about, we had to separate the 2 volumes so that we make them user-friendly for would-be users. So this will be the volume 2 of the Congress proceedings, and it takes similar form and content. Of course, as I said, our chief guest giving the credibility of the Congress proceedings as is an international practice where you need to indicate who the copyright order is and who did editorials for these particular proceedings. And we acknowledge the local team and also the international team led by Professor Dana Kelly and Professor Ray Smith, assisted by the 2 colleagues from the University of Kentucky. Of course, the copyright going to the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, which hosted the secretariat for this very important international meeting. And we thank, of course, the Director General Caro for being very gracious and giving us an ISBN number for these particular proceedings. And as I indicated earlier, Mr. Chief Guest, we recognize the various sponsors, the technical partners who supported this process for over 5 years. Their contribution is highly acknowledged in the proceedings, which we are launching today in Mombasa. So this is volume 2, taking similar form and content. As I said, of course, the key messages I had alluded to earlier in volume 1, very well captured in the front pages of these proceedings, and acknowledgement, as I said, all the speeches that we got from the various dignitaries, they are all captured here from the CS himself, PS Professor Madboka, the continuing chairs of the International Resident Congress. And then it goes again to have the reviewers acknowledged, the NOCs acknowledged, and at the end, we'll have the closing speeches from, of course, the Director General Caro. We'll have speeches from the Professor Ray Smith and the able chair of the NOC, Mr. Ali Kimutai, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Livestock. And all other things, of course, as I said, take the similar, outline in terms of form and the content. Thank you, Mr. Session Chair.
Editorial team, all the committee members, you can see your contribution, and it's quite good. So in the interest of time, I think I would like to go to the next presentation, quick presentation by the committee, the ICT committee that has put this document now into international arena in the website. So can we have a quick presentation, because we have to be here, I think at 2 after lunch, so that we can be online. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Richard.
Afternoon, PS Livestock, PS Research, Bwana DJ, presenting on behalf of the IT team that was able to help work together with the publication team to be able to give the Congress that was held in Mombasa presence going forward. So those are the members of the team that we work together. So this follows the post-Bamburi retreat where we were writing reports that Dr. Murithi has just alluded to. And during that retreat, we promised a number of things. We promised to retrieve and compile all the data that was collected during the Congress and bring it locally so that it's available within the Kenyan domain. Were to also relocate the website hosting that was initially hosted by IRC. And then thirdly, to develop an online Congress proceeding that I'll run you through physically. So the basis of those three things was that the Congress, when it started 5 years ago, the site that was developed was hosted in Canada. So with the ending of the Congress, we would have likely lost all the content that was developed then. And also the visibility that was witnessed during the 5 years that is listed up there. And the site had rich content that is also listed down there about the Congress, the thematic areas, the overview, the Congress information, the exhibitors and the sponsors and registration. So there was a likelihood that we were going to lose all this information if we did not come up with a strategy to be able to solve that challenge. Then we worked together with Drifter, which was an events management system that helped us handle the registration, the processing of the papers, the reviewers, the speakers, and even hosted the pre-recordings. So there was also rich content that came from there. And as listed there, we had, it shows that we had over 700 people, we had 2,000 authors, around 115 reviewers and all those speakers. So those are a chance that we're going to lose that because the contract expires in August 2022. So we needed to put in a strategy to ensure that we don't lose all this information and it is harvested and placed in somewhere that is going to be accessible. Then we had the famous Protel platform that helped us during the Congress. And through it, we were able to have the live recordings. We were able to have the opening and closing speeches. We were able to have the keynote speakers and the business meetings. And the contract has already expired because it expired in February 2022. So there was a chance of also losing that. So we had to do something to ensure that we don't lose all that information. So as I speak here, as I stand here, I am proud to say that we have a website that I'm going to present that has all that information. And we also have an online Congress proceeding, because when you look at the proceeding, when you put it together, it's around 2,000 and something pages. So if you're looking for Professor Nyangito's paper, you're bound to use the entire day to look for that paper. So we have come up with an easier way to be able to look for that particular paper. So with Kevin's help, I'm going to take you through the website and what we've been able to harvest, and also the online Congress proceedings, and be able to do a few things to see how it makes it easier for you to be able to access information from it. So among, even as he gets there, among the things that we promised is 5 years ago, we were not able to host the website. And through the able support of our DG, we have gotten servers, and the current site sits on Caro server, and you can be able to access it via Caro, and it has space. It's currently there. So if you go to information resources under Caro's website, and you'll find a link called the IGC-IRC 2021 Congress Kenya. So when you click on it, it takes you to the current site. So what we've done with the current site, we've tried to make it relevant, because now we don't want to have past information, we want to have current information. So we've changed some of the images that are there to show what happened during the Congress. And we'll be able to put statistics that show how many people visited. And we will also be able to showcase the other congresses that are coming in 2023 and 2025. And then we've taken the opportunity to tell everyone thank you, because we cannot be able to tell everyone thank you personally. So we've been able to use the site to tell everyone thank you. Then on this site, we have two sets of information. One is the historical, in case someone wants to know what happened in 2021. So we've retained information under the thematic areas. This basically tells you about the thematic areas that were presented during the Congress. And then we have an overview. It had the program that was held, the keynote speakers, the International Year of Rangelands. So we have historical information. And then we have information about the Congress, about Kenya, about the documents that were used to get the bidding documents, and every document that was used to have this Congress hosted in Kenya is there. And then we have the continuing committees. So everyone from Professor Jesse, that he can say he was part of this conference. And then we have the list of the delegates that were part of this, and then the useful information. But what additional thing we added is we added these two buttons, media and proceedings. So I'm just rushing through. I hope that you'll get time to go through it. So in the photo gallery, we have the images that were taken during the Congress. So if someone were to come here, they would see these images and they would know what happened during Congress. And then we have video gallery that has the videos that were taken for the closing ceremony, the opening ceremony, the messages that you gave the media during that particular moment. So if someone visited the site, they would have a rough idea of what happened during the Congress. But more importantly is what came out from the Congress. So under that, we have three very main things. We have the oral and poster proceedings that can be accessible, because ideally, what is going to be printed are 30 copies, 2 for the ministry, 2 for Caro, 2 for the research docket. So at the end of the day, no one will have all the copies. So we've ensured that they are accessible live. Then we have pre-recording presentations. So whatever presentations that were presented during the Congress, you can be able to access them. So I'll just quickly run you through them. So I'll start with the pre-recording presentations. So these are the live presentations. Whatever people presented during the Congress are listed under the 7 categories: ecology, forestry, livestock, wildlife, drought, and capacity. So if you want to know what someone said, you have the ability to download and at your own time be able to listen to a 12-minute presentation about a session someone presented during the Congress. Then second, we didn't forget the posters, because the posters, they send a poster. So if you go to the sessions where the posters were presented, we've put all the posters. So if you click on any of them, you'll see a presentation of a poster of a paper that someone presented. So all this have been downloaded from Protel, have been downloaded from Drifter. So we returned everything that was in these 2 platforms and can be easily be accessible on the website. So we don't, even with the contract sending, we do not lose anything. We have basically everything we need here. Then the most interesting of them is the oral. We'll change that to volume 1 and volume 2. So this is the most important to me because here is where you'll be able to download either volume 1. So you'll find volume 1 and volume 2. So you'll either download any of them if you have the bundles to be able to access this. So we realize that this is going to be expensive, maybe most for the people in Africa, because one of them is 1,011 and the other one is 900 and something. So downloading this might take someone a lot of space on the computer and even the bandwidth. So if you click there, you can be able to download either volume 1 or volume 2 of the proceeding. So if you click here, it gives you the ability to be able to download. So the interesting thing the team did under the leadership of Henry Wanyama, we need to acknowledge that, is this. We are giving the users the ability to be able to click and get to this. This is the online Congress where you can search and get an individual paper only, that you don't have to search the entire, you don't have to download the entire book. So we have the ability to do three things. I'm going to be very careful to browse, not to be a browser, because I was told the browser is an animal that, so you can browse. So you can, if you're interested, you can click any of the sessions. So if I click session 1, it gives me a listing of all the papers that were on session 1. So if I want to just get the first paper, when I click on the green, I just get the first paper and it's 4 pages. So it's a replica of what is in the proceedings. So I don't need to download the entire proceedings because that is what I want. So it gives you the ability to search, to browse and get the particular paper that you want. So you can go through the various sessions. You can go through the various sessions and just browse through them. So if you have time, you can go through them looking at what you want, what interests you, and you're able to download it. So the other thing is we've put the keynote papers separately. We've put the front matters here so that you know the people that were involved in developing this. The opening speeches are here, the closing speeches are here. So it has everything that you see in this book that is almost 200 pages. Then the beauty is we've put a search. So within this search, you can search either keywords, or you can search a word in a title, or you can search an author. So if I go to, for example, volume 2 and search, and you'll see, even as I search, it reduces because I'm looking for Professor paper because I know he presented. It would have taken me almost 2 hours to get this paper, but because I know he presented, it's taken me less than 30 seconds to be able to get Professor's paper. So you can search using a person's name, you can search using a title, or you can search using a keyword. So if I'm, for example, I know more about the grasslands on rangelands, I can just say I want something to do grassland. And what it does, it goes through all the papers and looks for people who put keywords as grassland and just reduces the search to anyone who put in their paper the word grassland. So I can just look through the few papers that have come and choose whatever I want to do. If it's drought mitigation, then I'll be able to click it and it's able to give me that particular paper. So it reduces the amount of time you're going to use to look at the book and gives you a tool that is friendly that you can be able to interact with and to be able to look for papers easily. So this is live. The beauty about it, it's a live tool. So with suggestions, it can be improved, that it can do more than what it's doing at the moment. But that's what we are doing to help the people use the proceedings in a more friendly way. And we believe that it is ready to be launched. And thank you to the support we got from our DDG and the support we got from Professor Nyangito and Wamongo's team to enable us to get to this point. Thank you so much.
Our chief guest, you can see the amount of work that they put in. We have more or less immortalized the Congress. You'll be there for many years to come. So congratulations for the hard work. Let's give a clap. It's not a small feat. It's a real achievement. Now, the output from this Congress is what I'm going to ask Professor Nyangito to come, so that it will be living in terms of having people who will champion the ideals and the achievements and targets of our rangelands and grasslands, which is a big vacuum we have.
Thank you, Professor Nchoka. Our chief guest, our PS, Ali Kimtai, the representative of PSA Crops, Dr. Oscar, Director General Krieger there, colleagues, we want to thank you and welcome you to this quick session of one of the key outputs of the Congress. And that was the mandate we were given to come up with a society. And we want briefly to take you through so that you appreciate what has been done. As a way of introduction, we were given a mission at the end of the Congress, the International Rangeland and Grassland Congresses. We come up with a society that will work within our communities, in our region, in our country, and the IGAD region, to ensure that our grasslands and rangelands remain green throughout the year, even when there's drought. They have service cover. That our livestock remain healthy throughout the cycle of the year. And that our communities continue to celebrate the gift of life in joy and happiness, because their little space is working for them. And that then leads us to the other things I will explain in there, leads us to the grassland south of Kenya. And we have prepared this report with my colleagues. Praise Kenya is there, who is the Secretary General, interim, Dr. Oscar Koech, who is also the interim as Assistant Secretary. Why the Grassland Society? We have tried to give the basis, and we have said there basically that across the world, the grasslands and rangelands provide critical goods and services to mankind. They are responsible for 16–17% of primary production. And those who do some bit of ecology, you know that primary production is the basis of the food chain. You are eating what has been produced at the primary level. That's how you survive. And we are saying that they are the hotspots for biodiversity conservation. They are important for carbon sinks to deal with the global warming. And that they are critical in supporting human economies and livelihoods and culture. And I want to say something about culture a bit. You know, so when people see culture, they don't sometimes they wonder, well, how do they do it? In this country, we have a very elegant tribe called the Maasai. And the Maasai by culture
they know that all the green grass is theirs. So if you find them in farmlands, searching for grass is part of their culture. Can you see how powerful that can be? So other people would be chasing them away. When they are them, now where are you chasing us away from our right? The grass. That's part of culture. Then we have tried to bring it close home. What about our country? How important are they? Grasslands and rangeland, that is in Kenya, 36% of the population derives their livelihood directly from the rangeland, certain encompasses as the grasslands. In addition, they constitute 80% of the Kenyan landmass, support 70% of the national livestock herd, and 90% of the wildlife. They are found there. In fact, because of climate change, the landmass is increasing to 89%. We have about on a 10%, which is high potential. That's how important they are. They are the backbone of the tourism industry in this country. The grasslands further extend to high potential areas where they support the dairy production. And we have about 4.3 million dairy cows under those various systems of production. And this sector contributes about 8% of the GDP. And we have a milk production of about 3.4 billion liters. Yet, that's not enough, our peers. We are still importing milk currently. So that tells you we need to do more. The resource is there, but still we are having an issue. And you can see the rural milk supporting about 54% of the households in the country. Despite that good picture painted of their key roles, globally and within the country, these rangelands and grasslands, they are increasingly threatened by overexploitation, degradation, and climate change that has undermined their productive capacity. Furthermore, in the remote places, they lack the basic foundations for social and economic development. And livelihood supported by these critical ecosystems in those deeper areas are often food and nutrition insecure. So at the time we talk about food insecurity, sometimes you see our people facing drought and you can't even have food because they're starving. That then calls us into action. Then the issue then is why the need for the society. We need a society in order to sustainably manage grasslands and rangelands of Kenya and the region. There's a critical need to have a dedicated society of professionals and practitioners who will do two critical things. One, champion their development and sustainable utilization. That's the work of the society. Number two, foster continuous dialogue and exchange of information in all spheres affecting their sustainable use. So if you are going to talk about technology lacking, this is the forum where we love to talk about appropriate technology. If we are going to talk about practices that undermine their productive capacity, this is the forum to talk about it and the over solutions. So we need the society. Therefore, riding on the momentum created by the joint, that's a mistake there. It was the 24th International Grassland and the 11th Regional Congress 2020, what I've abbreviated the IGC-IRC Kenya 2021. And the deliberations of the post-Congress held on 17th to 21st January 2020 here in Mombasa. The grassland south of Kenya was born. The interim officials, my chair, our chief guest, were appointed, brought into office by yourself. An office under the cadence of our Director General in Kari, an office was designated with a secretariat. And those who are the interim officials there, you are our patron. I am here as the interim chairperson, and the other members are there. That's part of the executive. Then we have the advisory committee with all those members there. And obviously, that the main aim of the study, therefore, shall be to foster sustainable management, utilization, and conservation of rangelands and grasslands in Kenya and the IGAD region. Now then, how do we move forward? We need to move forward because we need to have a budget to operationalize some of the key activities. And in the post-Congress meeting, it was figured out that any proceedings from the Kenyan budget can be used to operationalize the activities of the society to get it moving in terms of establishing the secretariat, providing the society, members of recruitment drive, having the first annual conference, and the benchmarking what our international societies are doing. With that in mind, we did, as an interim committee of issues, put a request to your officer to consider whether we can be given something to the tune of 15 million to get this strongly footed. And as an interim committee, we did that. And I know the request is on your desk. Then we have given a commitment to ourselves and to you all that besides the seed money that we will be given to get us started, we are putting mechanisms in place for long-term financial sustainability through members of registration, members of annual subscriptions, the annual conference. Whenever we have it, we'll try to make sure that we generate something out of it, same annual magazine, and then we'll also have high-level paid symposia covering topical issues together with stakeholder sponsorship. Through those revenue streams, we believe we will be sustainable. What's then our key milestone to date? Our chief guest and your co-guests. We want to report that today, as the interim chair of the Grasslands Society of Kenya and on behalf of the interim of issues, it is with great joy and pressure to declare this important milestone that the Grasslands Society of Kenya is now fully registered. Thank you so much. And I want just to pause there, but we will be able to inform our chief guest because of time in detail. I'm about to finish maybe 2 minutes. That one, during the post-Congress, we were mandated to register the society as the Grassland and Rangeland Society of Kenya. But when we went to the Register of Society, he found a number of organizations having the word rangeland in there. And they became a little bit difficult, and they said, for now, the only word we will let you go with is the Grassland Society. That's where we are. But before you came here yesterday, we are in discussion. The director is here, livestock, that we will still make some appeal to see whether we can get that name. But the operational name, which is fully registered, is that one. And that's the registration certificate. I don't know whether it has come there. Yes, it is there. It will be presented at some point in this meeting. Heko to all of you, the team. It is celebration time. We have the society. Finally, I wish to make one request and one appeal. Because I'm the interim chair and my committee is here, our chief guest, we have committed ourselves that we will not let you down. And we make sure that the society is on a firm footing. How do we achieve this? We have consensus that we need to develop a 5-year strategic plan with a clear implementation framework. And we believe in the interim committee, together with all these members, a critical team of them, we can sit somewhere and do that, so that before we hand over to others who will be elected later, we can also be able to be evaluated on clear timeframes and indicators of achievement. And our request to NOC, with you, Chair, that if it is possible, you can facilitate just one retreat for this particular purpose. The interim committee will do the draft document. That is our first request. And obviously, the second one is just the appeal that because all these activities, together with which would also be in that framework, and we will start learning. We will be very grateful if your office can help us secure the request of the 15 million that we had put in place. Finally, we are greatly indebted to our PS, State Department of Livestock at Kimtai, for its inspiration that has brought us this far. The Director of Livestock Production, Mr. Pisan. The Director General Carlo, Dr. Eliot. Thank you, NOC and ALC, IGC and ALC subcommittee members, all of you, for your sovereign support to have the GRASC as a tangible output of the IGC-IRC Kenya 2021. Logging with GRASC, our voice for charting the way towards prosperity of our grasslands and rangelands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Nyagito. To me, the society is the real outcome of this. And our chief guests, if that society is operational, all these young people who are retiring, they'll be part of it. And you have access to them. So please, let's get this going. And Dr. Kea, Mr. Ndegwa, Murithi is already there, I'm already in. And we can get everybody in and we become the think tank for you people. Thank you very much. I think we have come to the end of the first phase because we have to get back. We have to get back by, is it 2 o'clock? Yeah. Is it 2 o'clock? Because we have some people online who will join us, Akina Dana. Yeah, okay, I will get it back.
Yeah, I think we can break for lunch. We have not gotten any confirmation. Has anybody joined online? Yeah, so they have not joined.
I'm here, Alcana.
Mm. 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 Yeah, actually, the program I gave them was saying from 2:30. 2:30, yes. Yes. Mm. Somebody can you pray for the food before we go? Margaret.
Let us pray. God, our Heavenly Father, we glorify you this afternoon. Thank you for being in our midst, and we continue praying that you'll continue being with us. As we break for the lunch, we pray that you'll bless it. Those who do not have, Lord, provide for them. When we come back, we will use the energy that you'll have given us for the glory of the people of Kenya. In Jesus' name I pray.
Yeah, maybe let me update. I have been told Dan has been online, but she was following the other deliberations which were going on. But I think she knows the official launching starting at 2:30. Yes.
The main source of livelihood of, in the drylands is livestock production, extensive livestock production, which some people also refer to as pastoralism.
Karibuni, karibuni for the afternoon session. Those side come in. We are behind schedule. We are behind schedule. I think we are a full house, except for the. Where are the guests? I don't know whether it is. DG, lakini guests of honor. Sasa. Karibu, karibu. Masai naenda. Asante sana, asante sana. Oh. Sorry, Bwana PS for hurrying, but just about 2:30 when Ray and and Dana are going to join us. But also, I would like, it's actually 3 minutes earlier. Yeah, 3:30. Let's find out. Yeah, we can give a bit of story. Are they online? They are online. There is someone from Australia, another one from US. Are they there? They have not joined. They are going to join in a few minutes. But in the meantime, I hope you have enjoyed your lunch, except for our friend here who is. Yeah, we are joined in the evening. Yes, I think we had a very good session before lunch, although it was rushed a bit, but I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We wanted to give you enough time to enjoy your lunch. Now the program, now we will have Dr. Mureithi, the co-chair of the NOC Secretariat, to brief us one or two things about the issues, how it has been, and then we'll follow soon after that. We hope Ray Smith will join us to make his remarks as the president of the International Continuing Committee of the Grassroots Congress. And thereafter, we'll have remarks by president of the International Continuing Committee on Rangelands. And from there, we'll have our DG taking over from me so that you can go with the rest of the program. Okay, so are they online or we continue? They're online. Hi, Dana. Hi, Ray.
Yes, hello.
Oh, wow. Where are you? How are you, Professor Ray?
Very good, very good. Good to be with you.
Very good. Thank you very much. And Dana, how is Australia?
Oh, they are dead.
Okay, Karibu. Welcome. We will start right now. I'll call upon Dr. Mureithi to give his remarks. I hope you have the program with you. You sent them the program? Oh, very good. Very good. Good to see you. And with that, I'll ask Dr. Mureithi to introduce the other people quickly so that we have the forum.
Thank you, Jesse. Now we are going to start the formal launch of the documents that we have been developing. The PS, State Department of Livestock, who is also the NOC chairman. DG Caro, representative of PS Crops Development, Oscar Magenya, Director of Livestock Production, Bishal, and continuing committee members, Professor Dana for Rangelands and Professor Ray for Grassroots. We are really very happy to be here today and proud because we did hold a very successful joint International Grassroots and International Rangelands Congress in October last year. That conference, we held it. It was a culmination of a long process of work that began way back in 2016. And we had to navigate through some challenges, including the COVID-19 challenge. And as a result of the COVID-19 disruption, we had hoped to have a physical Congress, but then we ended up having a virtual Congress. Today, we are here to launch the Congress documents that were presented to us this morning. The proceedings, both for oral and poster papers, the migration of the Congress websites to one single website, and also the launch of the Congress report. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of the virtual joint Congress is largely attributed to the support that was provided by us, by the Kenya government through the support of the PS State Department of Livestock. Also, the success that you are celebrating is because of the support the NOC Secretariat was given by Director General Caro, who gave us a whole secretarial office with staff and facilities. So we are very, very grateful to that. The International Continuing Committee played a major role in helping us to think through the preparations that you are doing. So Professor Dana and Professor Ray Smith and Professor Jim Uruke, we are really truly grateful. The preparations that we did were really spearheaded by the subcommittees that were put in place. And those subcommittees were working on behalf of NOC, so we are calling them NOC Secretariat subcommittees. And all members worked diligently and did their best to ensure that we had a very successful Congress. And you saw in the morning, the kind of attendance that we had was quite impressive, 675 for a virtual Congress. And that, like I said, was due to the very good publicity that was done, spearheaded by the publicity subcommittee. The team that committed to develop the documents that we are launching today were presented this morning, led by Professor Nyangito. The team, we celebrate you. Within 2 weeks, you are able to develop the proceedings, both for oral and poster, to migrate the website and finalize the Congress report. I would like to take this opportunity to ask all of us to thank you. Please stand up, all those people who are involved in the Congress preparations, led by Professor Nyangito, Professor Jesse Joka, the committee that developed the proceeding documents, where's Boko, Primrose, and all that. PS, that's the team that you're celebrating today for the very good work they did. Thank you very much. I would also like to single out Dr. Rekana Nyabati, because he has worked very, very diligently, committed to this process. Right from when we formed the National Secretariat, he has been the secretary to the Secretariat, presenting whatever we found to the NOC chairman. So Nyambati deserves a big clap. Please give him one. And Primrose Nabuaya, or Nabuire. She also did a very good job. She managed the Secretariat. Please, let's give her a clap. So Chairman, we are grateful for all that. And I won't say much more because mine was just to kind of start off the process, but I couldn't help celebrating what you have achieved today. Thank you so much, Chairman.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muridi. And now I have the pleasure of inviting Professor Ray Smith to give us his remarks. Professor Smith was also very instrumental in urging us to move forward. And I remember in many meetings, he would almost chair and brought all the international experience to the NOC Secretariat. So Professor Smith, you have the floor.
Will help if I'm unmuted. Thank you very much, Professor Jesse. Thank you to all the distinguished guests. Thank you for all of you who were involved in planning and executing the successful International Grassland, International Rangeland Congress. And thank you for many of you there that I know personally and are good friends. I look forward to many continued interactions in the future. I say thank you to your commitment to the Congress. That's part of my formal thank yous. But I want to thank just on behalf of all the delegates, thank you on behalf of them, but especially all of the grassland and rangeland farmers and pastoralists who are going to benefit from the knowledge that was disseminated through this Congress. This proceedings, the Congress, those attended, but particularly for the future, just a thank you from all of those. The report that was put together, Dan and I were both very impressed with the detail of that, the information for that. Not only is that a report, some reports go and sit in a file drawer or on a shelf, but this is going to be an important and foundational document for the future IGC and IRC organizing committees. It's also going to be essential information in updating the history of both of our congresses. The Proceedings is an impressive document. The papers, the introduction, the speeches, but it's not just a document of the oral and poster papers that were presented. It provides a lasting record for grassland and rangeland researchers of the research that has been conducted in the first almost quarter of the 21st century. Already, the papers that are in that Proceedings are being disseminated around the world. With the arrangement that we made through the University of Kentucky, that repository of individual papers has already been viewed, or those individual papers have been viewed over 10,000 times since the Congress. Actually, 140 people from 147 countries have viewed those papers, 866 institutions, almost 500 in Kenya alone. So not only are we celebrating today the launch of the Proceedings, but already that information is being used by researchers, by grad students, by farmers and pastoralists around the world. So my main point is thank you, and you have created a very important legacy for the future. I have a lot more detailed remarks you'll find in the Proceedings with the closing speech that I gave and the thank yous to many of you individually on behalf of Dana and I. So glad to be here today, excited to be part of this launch, look forward to the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Smith. I can assure you, you are missing a very good, you are going to miss the dinner or a banquet or a cocktail, something like that.
Yes.
And you recall how it was happening. Sorry, but come again, eh? Come back with your wife.
We will. We definitely will. We look forward to that.
Yeah, now I have the pleasure of calling upon our friend, Professor Dana Kelly. She is actually going to hold the next International Rangeland Congress. Is it 2023? 2023.
2025.
2025, sorry. I want to come to Australia very quickly. And you have also been inspirational. I know there is something we have not done, but it's on track. Remember the Indigenous Traditional Knowledge Forum that we now are not able to do it. I'm still carrying it on with AUIBA in another way, but rest assured that you get the product also. So now is your chance to say hello to us. Thank you, Dana.
Thank you, Professor Jess. And I'd like to also say thank you to the distinguished guests who assembled there today. Thank you to all of the committee members, both those on NOC and also all of the subcommittees. Thank you to all of the support staff who were often behind the scenes, but were so essential in making this Congress a success. You brought the world a very exciting Congress from Kenya. There was definitely an African flavour to the Proceedings. Usually in these conferences, there is a dominance of papers from America, Europe, Australia, the countries from the so-called developed north in the world. At this Congress, there were many more papers from the South, and I think this may well be a first for the International Grasslands and International Rangelands Congresses. Just to give you a little bit of an example, In terms of the rangelands papers, about 40% of the papers were from Africa, including sub-Saharan Africa, Middle East and North Africa. About 20% were from China and Mongolia, 17% from Central, Southern and Latin America, and only a little over 10% from North America, Europe, Australia. The theme of the conference was, as you've already heard today, sustainable use of grassland and rangeland resources for improved livelihoods. It was a balanced theme and encompassed all aspects of grasslands and rangelands. From the sustainable point of view, you brought aspects of forage production, livestock production, ecology and economics, and climate change. I must admit there was a limit to the number of papers on climate mitigation. But in the title of the theme of your Congress, there was also an emphasis on the livelihoods, on the people. The people-related papers were about livelihoods, policy constraints, gender, production of knowledge, institutions, governance arrangements, and the creation of social and human capital. And this leads me to another interesting aspect of this Congress. It is a trend emerging regarding social research. Only 2% of the rangeland papers were solely about environmental aspects. About 25% were solely on social sciences, which means that most of the papers, about 75% of the rangeland related papers, had mixed methods, where the social aspects were researched as well as the biophysical aspects of the projects. This same trend is occurring in Australian rangelands conferences. So social aspects are no longer separate, but seen as integral components of all projects. And what this tells me is that research overall now embodies a more holistic approach. To me, this is exciting. As a social scientist, we are no longer on the fringe. No longer are the people issues marginalised. We had this comment from the Adelaide IRC Congress in 1986, and we've come a long way since then. And your conference certainly stands out as pushing us towards that goal of social science being more important. The implications of COVID certainly impacted this Congress in many ways. I was at the meeting when you decided that you would recommend to the PS that the Congress would be all virtual. It was a very, very sad day, and many of you were distressed by this decision, but you had no choice. However, as we've heard already today, the virtual component did have some benefits, and these have been recognised internationally. The hybrid format is now being developed for the next International Rangelands Congress. And of course, one of the benefits of a virtual participation is that it allows people to attend from remote regions, people who do not have the resources or the inclination to travel internationally. And at this Congress, we had a group of over 40 pastoralists sitting around one computer in Rajasthan. To me, that really sticks out as an achievement. We had pastoralists from rural Kenya. The involvement of such groups of people is significant. The IRC has been trying for many years to broaden its audience. Once IRCs were dominated by government staff, and we were predominantly scientists involved in livestock production. In Australia, these were called the grass mechanics. They knew how to grow grass, grow more nutritious grass, and grow grass faster. I might add that a welcome outcome of the focus on grass is that many pastoralists in Australia now say that they manage grass, not animals. So they're looking much more closely at the landscape. The Kenyan Congress certainly shows us some of the benefits of that virtual format. As most of you know, I'm passionate about pastoralists. I am the daughter of a pastoralist, after all. And I'm also passionate about traditional knowledge holders. I'm delighted to report that the Australian Organising Committee has taken note of some of the learnings from Kenya already. The Australian Organising Committee has an Indigenous Oversight Committee, which is linked directly to the Program Committee. It's chaired by an Aboriginal fellow from Western Australia, And we're already having discussions about how to involve more traditional knowledge holders, more herders from Australia and around the world. And another thing that the Australian Organising Committee has is that we have an international liaison and publicity role. It's linked to delegate and developing country support. It's a single committee, and that committee helps to work with the IRC continuing members and others to identify options for global attendance and supporting delegates. The theme of your conference actually aligns particularly well to the now declared International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists. As I said in my opening address at the IGC-IRC Congress, the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists is an important event as we move forward in our joint efforts to improve rangeland and grassland management. Firstly, we need more organisations to join this movement. So please use your networks to encourage governments and other organisations to support the IYRP. We need individuals, communities, organisations and governments involved. Secondly, the IYRP is scheduled for 2026. I've noted this morning there was, and yesterday you obviously had discussion about the Kenyan Grassland Society. And this is particularly important. I would strongly encourage those of you involved to see the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists as one of your main tasks for the next few years. It's certainly a key task for the Australian Rangeland Society. On a more personal note, and to close, I'd like to say I'm humbled and honoured to have worked with all of you. There are many esteemed scientists there in Kenya. For me, this past few years has been significant, and I feel privileged to have been able to work alongside you. And thank you for the wonderful opportunity to visit Kenya. I've developed a little understanding about the culture of Kenya and the way business and life happens there. I'd like to share a memorable moment for me. As many of you know, I can be a little impatient and would like things done yesterday. I clearly remember Joseph saying to me on my first trip to Kenya, "Dana, we're on Kenyan time." I don't think I really understood the importance of that statement at the time. Others on the committees who were from a Western heritage made other comments on this topic. One of our colleagues once said, "At this point, we do not want Kenyan time. We do not want Australian time. What we need is Swiss time." So some of us may have felt a frustration about the time that things were done in. But working alongside you, I came to realise that our Western culture is often like a rat on a wheel, running constantly round and round, not necessarily going anywhere. We sometimes forget what is important in life. There in Kenya, there's a recognition of the value of relationships. Whenever we visited a new place, it was customary for there to be greetings from everybody travelling to meet everybody at that location. Seeing how Kenyan culture operates reminded me of what matters in life. Kenyan culture embodies the importance of relationships. You've not forgotten the value of family, the value of connections with other people in your communities, and of caring for one another. Of course, COVID has helped us recognise all of these things as well. Thank you for reminding me what matters in life. I have been seduced by the beauty of your country and also by the way of life over there. Asante Sani. I hope your nation can take the good from Western science and culture and keep the good things from your own vibrant cultures. I hope that I remain in contact with many of you in the years to come. Goodbye or au revoir, kwaheri.
Thank you so much, Dana. I think you didn't stay long. You came for a week or so. Next time, come for a month. Let's go around the country. You enjoy it. Of course, I have no issue with the race meat. Anytime you are welcome. And you are going to miss the cocktail the next few hours. So thank you. In actual fact, that team is what inspired us also, because they were following a schedule And if we are behind, they would remind us. So it was wonderful to have that. And also, Bwana PS, just to see different organs of the government or institutions working together in harmony. That is something great. I was wondering, what is the immigration officer going to do? There is some problems there, the police people and all that. So it was very well done, the NOC composition. So now I have the pressure of calling upon, or is it handing over? Oh, yeah. Bwana DG, it's your turn now.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'll give my remarks before we proceed from there. Our chief guest today, PS State Department of Livestock, Zahari Kimtai, representative of the acting PS State Department of Crop Development and Agricultural Research, Dr. Magenya, the chairperson of the International Grassland Congress Continuing Committee, the president of the International Ranger and Congress Continuing Committee, the director livestock production in the ministry, the chairperson of the Animal Production Society of Kenya, the interim chair, proposed Grassland and Rangeland Association of Kenya, members of the fourth estate present here today, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We held a successful joint 24th International Grassland and 11th International Rangeland Virtual Congress on October 25th to 29, 2021 here in Kenya. The thrust of the meeting centered on sustainable use of grassland and rangeland resources for improved livelihoods and aimed at promotion of the interchange of scientific and technical information on all aspects of grassland and rangeland, including grassland and rangeland ecology, forage production and utilization, livestock production systems, wildlife, tourism, and multifacets of grassland and rangeland. Specifically, in Kenya, the main objectives of hosting the Congress were to promote and exchange knowledge, showcase Kenyan research experience, and stimulate interest and focus on the livelihood of people deriving their living from the grassland and rangeland resources. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are all aware, after Kenya was given the right to host the Joint Congress, a national organizing committee led by the Principal Secretary, State Department of Livestock was formed with membership drawn from a rich diversity of organizations and stakeholders interested in the grassland and rangeland development based in Kenya. KALRO was identified as a secretariat for the National Organizing Committee to support the day-to-day preparation of the Congress. As the chair of the secretariat, I subsequently formed a broad-based secretariat that included members from KALRO, State Department of Livestock, University of Nairobi, ILRI, the Immigration Department, the Kenya Tourism Board, IUCN, Animal Production Society of Kenya, and other important government agencies. We needed the rich technical team to deliver the Congress successfully. The Secretariat was responsible for all technical issues of the Congress, including the paper submission and review, hosting and management of the virtual platform on which the Congress was held, and the preparation of the Congress proceedings we are launching today. After the successful Congress, and as directed by the National Organizing Committee, the Secretariat started preparation of the Congress report and Congress proceedings. The Publication Subcommittee of the National Organizing Committee was restructured to include members from other subcommittees in order to deliver on the important outputs of the Congress within a specified period. As you may recall, the standards of the Congress organization were very high, and very few process of papers submitted prior to the Congress was rigorous. However, after the Congress, given the new realities, the papers were then subjected to light technical reviews and language editing, thus ensuring that intellectual content remains that of the authors. The select publication and publicity subcommittees held 2 write shop meetings in Nakuru and continue to work in their offices up to this week in order to produce credible and quality Congress report and Congress proceedings for posterity. I must sincerely thank the technical and publicity teams, that is the designers, both for print and web-based versions of the proceedings, who worked tirelessly to develop the Congress proceedings. You deserve a special acknowledgement. Ladies and gentlemen, a total of 392 papers were presented, comprising of 173 oral and 219 poster presentations. In addition, 9 keynote speakers gave an overview of each of the Congress sub-themes. As you noticed from the speakers, we were committed to elevating the conversation at the Congress beyond theoretical discourse to focus on actionable areas. For this reason, high critical decision makers at global level were invited, as well as other high-profile shapers of the grassland and rangeland ecosystems in the public and private sectors, and also in the civil society. All their presentations are captured in the Congress proceedings that we are launching here today in Mombasa. Based on the programming, the team has produced both oral paper proceedings and poster papers proceedings in 2 distinct volumes. These proceedings have been availed in the Congress website, both where they can be downloaded either as a single document or with an option for readers searching and downloading a single paper of interest. The select publication and subcommittee have worked on the report in detail, and today I'm happy to present to you 4 complete important outputs. One is the IGC-IRC proceedings for the oral papers. 2 is the IGC-IRC proceedings for the poster papers. 3, online searchable proceedings, and 4, the Congress report. Ladies and gentlemen, special thanks are due to the National Organizing Committee under the leadership of the Principal Secretary for developing a successful Congress. You provided a good working environment for development of the report and Congress proceedings. I also thank members of the various subcommittees of the National Organizing Committee who provided timely input and wealth of experience with the Secretariat during the organization, delivery, and production of the Congress proceedings. The Select Publication and Publicity Subcommittee members, including designers, deserve special recognition. Your endless effort resulted in the development of the important Congress proceedings and report. We thank you very, very much. It is our hope that the proceedings will provide useful reference material to sufficient scale for those interested in understanding the major trends and associated issues covered during the Congress to re-engineer development of rangeland and grassland ecosystems. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. It's now my pleasure to welcome the representative of the acting PS State Department of Crop Development and Research, Dr. Magenya. Karibu.
Yeah, thank you, DG. The Principal Secretary would have really wanted to be here. Yesterday, he was launching armyworm spraying in Kitale and together with other meetings in Kisumu today. So he thought he would make it, but he asked me in case he doesn't, then I represent him. So I'll read the speech from Dr. Wino. The Principal Secretary, State Department for Livestock, and Mr. Harry Kimtai, the Director General, Kenya Agricultural Research Livestock Research Organization, the Chairperson, International Grassland Congress Continuing Committee, the Chairperson, the President of the International Rangeland Congress Continuing Committee, the Chairperson, Animal Production Society of Kenya, the Interim Chair, Proposed Grassland and Rangeland Association of Kenya, members of the media, and distinguished participants. Ladies and gentlemen, globally, scientific conferences and congresses provide an opportunity for experts, researchers, and practitioners to engage, exchange, and develop ideas, strategies for research and development. These meetings also establish collaborations and inspiration about future work. One of the most important benefits from Congress presentations, whether plenary or as posters, would be a chance to advocate for your expertise in your area of science. This interaction therefore presents policymakers, development partners, researchers, and other disciplines, and the public to appreciate the depth of innovative research that is being generated. Many professional organizations and associations in different countries actually compete to host such scientific congresses, and so it was a really great honor for us to have held one in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm informed that it was during the 23rd International Grassland Congress meeting that was held in New Delhi, India, where we were granted the opportunity to host the 24th IGC. Discussions with the IGC Continuing Committee for Kenya to host a joint congress with the International Range Congress were thereafter commenced. As a result, Kenya was awarded the rights to host the joint 24th IGC and 11th IRC Congress in October 2021, with the theme Sustainable Use of Grassland and Rangeland Resources for Improved Livelihoods. This was the first ever joint congress held in Africa in its 100-year history, and the first virtual congress in the history of both IGC and IRS congresses, occasioned, of course, by the COVID-19 pandemic that was prevailing at that time. It was extraordinary and therefore an honor for us as a Republic of Kenya to host this Congress. I therefore join my colleagues to thank the President of IRSC Continuing Committee and the Chairperson of IGC Continuing Committee for having given us an opportunity to host the joint International Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, I commend the 4 yearly meetings of the Congress for providing an opportunity for stakeholders to share views on issues relevant to rangeland and grassland resources. And it is worthy noting that each Congress focuses on a major contemporary issue or sets of issues that are priority areas. This may be new technologies or approaches, emerging challenges, seeking ways of addressing the associated challenges, while at the same time harnessing the opportunities, controversial issues with the implications for sustainable utilization of rangeland and grassland ecosystem, or just global trends which may have consequences on utilization of rangeland and grassland ecosystems. For example, the Congress realized it is necessary to widen the interdisciplinary socio-ecological systems on rangeland and action-based approaches, and thus increase attention to climate change adaptation, mitigation, ecosystem services, community-based development, human empowerment, market development, poverty mitigation, and the creation of effective policy frameworks. Ladies and gentlemen, future considerations for the IGC include improving research and outreach programs for the tropics, as well as how cultivated grassland can adapt to the current climate change narrative. Grassland scientists must also fit within the sustainability narrative to be relevant, and that scientists must include pastoral views to clearly determine how they can capitalize on possible future economic opportunities. Grassland scientists must continue with the innovative science, communicate findings to peers and decision makers, and steer the current sustainability narrative in the appropriate direction. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore, I thank the National Organizing Committee, chaired by my colleague, P.S. Hari Kimtai. Sir, it's not me saying. It is your colleague, Dr. Wino, for the excellent personal leadership that you provided in preparing and hosting a very successful Congress, which put Kenya in a very enviable limelight internationally. Through your leadership, the government of Kenya provided huge financial resources and logistical support, which is highly appreciated. To KALRO, with a highly skilled and competent team, I sincerely thank you for offering the Secretariat of the NOC and attending to technical issues in detail without losing focus. Particularly, I extend my appreciation to the Director General of KALRO, Dr. Eliud Kiriger, his entire staff, and all partners from the University of Nairobi and other government agencies, international organizations, and private sector for providing an effective secretariat and the excellent NOC, which made the preparation and hosting of the Congress run without major hitches, except of course for the COVID challenges, which were beyond our control. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to note the committee has concluded the preparation of the Congress final reports, proceedings of the Congress, and also developed a website where important information about the joint Congress will be found for many years to come. And this includes a searchable online Congress proceeding. In many situations, proceedings of conferences take a long time to come out, but I commend the committee for this achievement, given that the Congress was held just a few months ago. I also take note with appreciation that apart from launching the documents on the website, you will also be recognizing some key players who contributed greatly to the success of the Congress. Finally, let me sincerely thank our international partners led by Professor Dana Kelly, Professor Ray Smith, and Professor Jim O'Rourke as members of the Continuing Committee of IRC and IGC for their excellent support and total dedication. I also recognize and appreciate all the many sponsors and supporters who provided funding for the Congress. With these remarks, let me wish you fruitful deliberations as you launch these important Congress documents, website, and present the certificates of appreciation. Thank you very much. Before I sit, Baradiji, the ministry has been developing a roadmap. Okay. So the ministry has been developing a digital roadmap, and one of the issue that is coming out, that came out of that, is Digital Transformation Committee, which was launched two weeks ago by the Cabinet Secretary. And the committee is mandated to steer the digitization of the sector. How do we all together in the sector digitize our processes. One of the other things is we are soon launching an agriculture information portal that will have a centralized way of having all information, not only data, but even documentations that that are in the sector can be in a centralized place. So I look at it as this website having a link to that will increase even the outreach of this kind of information. So we'll come to you as the interim chair and see how we can work together to have this in the portal. So thank you very much. The DG has given me a big responsibility. Now it is my humble duty to invite the Principal Secretary, State Department for Livestock, to address the meeting and officially launch the IGCR. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Oscar. Let me first of all acknowledge Dr. Oscar Magenya for representing my colleague, Piers Owino, who is currently the acting Principal Secretary, State Department for Crop Development. I was with him yesterday evening, and I was just kind of crisscrossing each other at the airport. We have a very busy schedule, so I do understand. And thanks for stepping in, because I was just telling him that I'm from the meeting of the Agriculture Committee, and they were highly expecting him. So I know how charged that meeting. And again, him holding two positions, that means he was handling fisheries, and without leaving that seat again, he was being told now sit as a PS crop development. So I really encouraged him. And it's good that you've also come to support him here in Mombasa. And I want to thank the Calro team, the organizing committee specifically, for also working very hard to pull me to make sure that I get, even if it is just a few minutes, to be with you and to attend this very important meeting. I hope our guest, Professor Dana Kelly and Ray Smith are also online. They are still online. I want to say that I was supposed to be with you on Monday. I'd actually prepared myself. I knew that was, in fact, they had packed everything. If it was virtual meeting, I'd come with all my computers. Some, I think, I even forgot in the office. I told them, go back, make sure it is there. So I did not want to miss this meeting. But again, a lot of other events came up. But finally, when I kept on changing my ticket, Carol, change it to this day. The last one, what she did, she changed and made sure that I have a boarding pass. So I had no option. Let's give a clap to Carol for doing a wonderful job. The Director General, Calro, Dr. Elliot Kreger, the Chairperson, International Grassland Congress Continuing Committee, Professor Ray Smith, the President of the International Rangeland Congress Continuing Committee, Professor Dana Kelly, the Chairperson, Animal Production Society of Kenya, and now the very able and soon to be confirmed, we call him now the interim chair, proposed Grassland and Rangeland Association of Kenya, Professor Nyangito. Let's give him a round of applause for the good work he has done. Our members of the press, the Fourth Estate, without you, our proceedings will not go anywhere. But thanks for coming to support us. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Kenya hosted the joint 24th International Grassland and 11th International Rangeland Virtual Congress in October 25th to 29th, 2021. The Congress aimed at bringing out and discuss issues affecting global grassland and rangeland resources, and also proposed the interventions, resolution, and guidelines on how to address food and nutrition security challenges arising from the use of the wild, grassland, and rangeland production systems. And finally, to bring to the fore the role of the public and private partnership in improving global grassland and rangeland resources and their derived livelihoods, particularly for pastoral people. I am privileged today to officiate the launch of the Congress output. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, the grassland and the rangeland researchers, professionals, development partners, practitioners, and enthusiasts were convened and hosted by Kenya when the world was at a crossroad due to the effects of climate change. And during the meeting, it was reported that in most of Africa, climate change will continue to be manifested by increased frequency and severity of drought. And the pastoralists will progressively be the most affected. This truly endangers sustainability of pastoralism as a means of livelihood, and unless plausible mitigation and adaptation strategies and development options for rangelands are put in place. It is necessary and very urgent. And I think the scientists who are here and who are going to follow the proceedings that we have now domesticated in our portal, they will be able to support in that field. But today, I challenge our researchers, practitioners, and development partners to rise up. Let us harvest the wealth of knowledge from the Congress to increase productivity of our grassland and rangelands ecosystem. Kenya is losing a large number of livestock due to the drought unnecessarily. Efficient dryland production system that supports sustainable pasture and animal production within the constraints of the biophysical and socioeconomic environment is desired and have to be clearly identified in research program. And I'm happy that the crops department are now driving some of this research agenda so that we're able to cope with the drought that is affecting us yearly. I don't want to call it something that we are planning, a 5-year plan. It's like we're going with a midterm program, but now it has changed its course. It is now yearly. It only depends on the severity. You could be lucky this year if it's not so severe. Next year, you never know how it will be. But I think for the last 2 years, it has been very severe. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Grassland and Rangeland Virtual Congress platform opened an excellent opportunity for growing scientists and practitioners, and it also established inclusivity path. The platform offered more flexible participation options and new opportunities for early career scientists to engage, network, from research collaborations, exchange cross-cutting ideas and results. I think the president of the Rangeland Congress, Professor Dana Kelly, has really emphasized on this Congress. And why this Congress? I think we're very lucky. As much as it was not held virtually, we benefit a lot, and we pioneered the virtual Congress. That is going to go down history. As Dana Kelly was giving her remarks, she really captured the mood that was in the meeting. When the news, the decision of going 100% virtual was decided. And I was recalling with Dr. Muridi, as we were having our lunch, how the physical Congress was going to be and how we felt that we did not succeed in that. But I want to thank Professor Dana Kelly for again reminding us that indeed we were very lucky to have held the first virtual Congress. That will go down history. Further, the grassland and rangelands are an essential part of the complex and diverse livestock production and biodiversity conservation systems that are necessary for sustainable human development and global climate change regulation mechanisms. These ecosystems constitute over 50% of the earth and about 80% in these ecosystems constitute over 50% of the earth, and in Kenya, about 80% of our lands are dry. And therefore, the Congress provided a significant opportunities for investments in sustainable development goals, whose vision is to create a better, fairer world by the year 2030. But some serious challenges and threats must be addressed. One, we must harvest the diversity that exists and engage more widely with all key stakeholders to enhance the investment. Ladies and gentlemen, thirdly, the Congress recognized the critical role of pastoralism as one of the most sustainable production systems worldwide that play a significant role in safeguarding ecosystem services and biodiversity in the rangelands. In addition, the unique biological and cultural diversity of grasslands and rangeland ecosystems contribute to goods, services, and knowledge that benefit humans beyond the pastoral communities. However, the current data on grassland, forestry, agriculture, and livestock are insufficient for informing policy making on rangeland-based livestock systems. And I'm very happy to note that the ministry is now coming up with a platform that will be able to harvest all the data that will be coming from the various sectors and putting them together so that the policy decision makers can use it in making the informed decision. And therefore, I say further that this urgent need to populate sufficient data, including from this Congress. And I was really happy when the presentation on transforming or harvesting this data from the platforms that we had contracted, that before the expiry of the contract period, all the information was harvested and stored properly within our systems and within our control. Therefore, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to at this particular juncture to really thank that special select committee team that took their 10 days to ban not only the 10 days, but to continue burning the midnight oil and until they arrived at this very important document. I think the first beneficiary is going to be Dr. Magenya there, who is going to start using that information, because this is the beginning of it. And I want to really, really thank that committee. Fourthly, ladies and gentlemen, improving information base is high on the agenda of the ongoing initiatives to designate 2026 as an international year of rangeland and pastoralist. I think now that 2026 has been designated to be the year of the International Year of the Rangeland and Pastoralists, again, you can see how important this information that we have now generated that's going to be used, because it's the first year it's the first time that will be celebrated. And this is going to raise what's called the global awareness on the importance of the rangeland and pastoralists for livelihood and healthy ecosystems. Countries worldwide are encouraged to put forward an action statement for the next decade to ensure sustainable future for rangeland and the pastoralist. This will include launching actions by partners and partnership at global, regional, and national levels to change policies and increase development resources and political commitments. Ladies and gentlemen, these aspects of political commitments. Sometimes we mention it by passing, but it's really important. Because if we were really to transform our pastoralist without political lobbying, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we'll be able to reach those pastoralists. we're all alive in Kenya and we know the kind of politics that go in the pastoral areas. So we must engage the political class. For example, I don't know if you know that here in Kenya, we have what's called the Parliamentary Committee of the Pastoral Group. And they are not a small number when you consider their numbers, especially in Parliament. My brother Bisharia will tell you, there are many, 80% of our landmass. So you're talking all the way from Lamu, part of Coast, Taita, go to the Maasai, all the way to the North Rift and the Northern Rangelands, or Northern Frontier Districts. They're a very strong group. I think what we need to do as we continue forward, if we are to be able to have this political commitment, we as scientists, policymakers, we need to engage this political group. And I'll be very happy if we are to drive the pastoralist agenda under this theme of this Congress, if we are able to organize another meeting with the pastoral community and we tell them exactly what we are doing in terms of research. It could be one day event, it could be 2 days, just to discuss issues pastoralism and the role of the members of parliament in bringing change to the pastoralist. That's an assignment that I'm throwing to you as part of trying to reach out and pass the message to the political class so that they also support. So ladies and gentlemen, hosting of this Congress enhanced the awareness creation of the importance of the rangelands and pastoralists who drive livelihoods from these systems. Kenya will subscribe to the national momentum to designate 2026 as an international year of rangelands and pastoralists. You can now see, if we are to be in the forefront, we need to start engaging our pastoralists, especially the political leadership now, to be aware of the year 2026, that the world has designated the year 2026 to be the year of rangeland and pastoralist, so that they are also able to lobby for funding to make that year a success. Let's make sure that the new outfit, the Grassland Society, starts preparing for the year 2026. You might think it is far. I want to tell Professor, it is so near. It is only 3 years down the line, because this year we know who is going to consume the larger part of this year. It is not ours. It is not ours. This year we are just preparing. So actually we have got 3 years. Professor, kazi kwako. So ladies and gentlemen, to sustain the global network of experts working in grassland and rangeland ecosystems, the Kenyan experts resolved to create a Grassland and Rangeland Society of Kenya. Commitment. That's our commitment. The new society is expected to follow up on the Congress deliberations and the momentum created by the joint 24th International Grassland and 11th International Rangeland Congress to make sure that the deliberations are widespread. The Grassland and Rangeland Society of Kenya will bring together researchers, professionals, practitioners, and resource users to address the challenges facing grassland and rangelands in Kenya and the IGAD region. In addition, this body will unify, stimulate, and foster focus on interest on grassland and rangelands for the development to play the rightful role in national and regional economic development. The most fundamental issue that we have has been captured by these proceedings. I think if you go by this outcome, we've captured for the first time what we ought to have put in the forefront in the agenda for development of our rangelands. I've been having discussions with the Professor Jesse, and was telling me how the range division within the State Department and in the Livestock Directorate, how important it was. But now, rarely do we even mention range division. The Director of Livestock Production is here, and I believe this new society that has been formed is going to help you a great deal to make sure that you bring back issues of range management into the fore. I don't think we are going to address issues of livestock production if you have not addressed the challenges they are facing in our rangelands. It is not going to be possible. For the last 4.5 years that I've been in the State Department, I want to tell you, and unless we address the issues in the rangeland, it's not going to be easy for our pastoralists. We need to come up, I don't know whether we are going back to the basics. Issues of holistic and plant grazing. If we are not able to address those issues, the plant grazing, however much you have programs, even if you do boreholes, water pans, and unless you address the issue of plant grazing, something that was natural, and especially to the pastoralists, they were passing it on to their children. But I don't think that information now is still being passed on. And that's why you have conflicts. You have conflicts all the way. And we have lost as a country. So I hope that this new outfit that we have created is going to re-engineer our thinking on issues development. For those who come from the private corporate world, they develop their strategies, and after some time, if they see those strategies are not working, what do? They always re-engineer themselves, and they call it rebranding. So we are scientists. We also need to realize that we need to re-engineer ourselves and rebrand ourselves. We rebrand the way we are doing things so that we bring out the same things, but in a different way. Because rebranding normally doesn't change. They just tell you we are rebranding. They just put like a strip there. If it was a color was green, they just put like a strip there, either going up or down. Then they say we have rebranded. All right? Or if they are using small letters, they use the capital letters. All right? So I think there is need for us also to look at that as well. So, Professor, I know your request. Some of it is in my table, but some of it I've just had for the first time today, your request. I think the one for today is the easiest one. My CFO is not here. Actually, I left him behind. We were supposed to come with him, but I told him that now with this new instructions, new circular for National Treasury, which required us to prepare our supplementary budget by close of business today. So I told him, you're not going anywhere. So you remain behind, prepare the supplementary budget by close of business today. So I'm going to console him. I want to see how much is still available. But The secretariat is still here. The finance committee members, Festus is here. Festus, you're here. And you know, throughout the Congress, you kept on assuring me, we are okay. I hope you're still okay. If you're still okay, all right, that's why we are here. So, Professor, I think we want that retreat to be done so that let's not do half-baked issues. Let's complete. If we've chosen to have the society, let's go all the way out. The other requests we are going to discuss. And as I told you, we're going to look at how we are going to address it in terms of, because it again transforms itself. This is a new society. So you're not the National Organizing Committee. I can tell the National Organizing Committee to retreat and develop a strategy for the grassland society of Kenya, the GRASC. But the other one, I have to look at the various instruments that we normally use on our budget and to see if that can be provided in a grant. So it's still under consideration, and I want the finance committee to, I think I marked it to the finance committee, expect them to deliberate on that issue. You have to discuss that very important issue that has been placed to you so that you advise and tell us. And I think it is from the proceedings of this of this Congress that created that. So I so believe there's still a lot of attachment out of it. And therefore, if you are still okay, I don't think we need to fail our side, because we are not, we'll be failing the country. If the cabinet gave approval for hosting of the Congress, all right, and it gave further, take necessary action. So ours is take necessary action. We've hosted the Congress. We now want to present to the country a new society, a society that will start taking care of interest of such events. We do not want to go back to requesting the cabinet to approve so much to be spent. We want the society to grow to the level where it can organize, even if it is not the international Congress, but even regional and continental. The society should be able to do that. And I'm always happy because they say Kenya leads by example. The problem after leading by example, they are overtaken. I think the only area that are not easily overtaken, I think it's only in athletics, because we really cheer them. We cheer until we even forget. We just see, sometimes, they call them kiprop. All right? And when you see the uniform, that you forget about the uniform, you just know the name kiprop belongs to Kenya. Just to realize that, oh, so Ugandans are also called kiprop. Those are my brothers across. So I'm just trying to remind you where I come from. So finally, allow me, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, to thank, first and foremost, Professor Ray Smith, Professor Dana Kelly, Professor Jim Oruk, Miano. There's another gentleman. He's not here, and I don't know why he kept on forgetting him. Mbogo, who retired. He was in my department. I think Blaise Okinyi took over without inviting him also to come and enjoy some of the fruits. Let me tell you, they are the people who, first time I was in the office, and they came to me and said, we have this responsibility. On the 23rd Congress, we bidded to host the 24th Grassland, which is joined with the 11th Rangeland Congress. So I asked them, so what do you want me to do? I say, you have to prepare a CAB memo to request for money. I said, that was too much for me at that particular time. Hardly was I in the office for 2 weeks. I think they knew the burden that they were giving to me, and they said, we cannot wait for long. They just came and threw it to me head on. And I think that's why I held that thing so close, that because it was first assignment that I had, I could not drop the ball. I'm so happy today. And I also want to thank the two presidents of the rangeland and grassland for their immense support. They travel all the way from their respective countries just to come and meet the new chair of the organizing committee, which I think Dr. Kreger formed without informing me. He just created it and said, that's your monster. You still have to carry it. But when they came, and with Muridi and Elkana Nyambati, I think that was a time that we all got it right. And with the committees that were formed, we all got it right. I don't think there's any committee that we got wrong. Had we gotten any committee wrong, I don't think we will be all here. It was smiles all over. So I want to thank also the Director General Caldro for the good work, the good decisions that you made to identify the right team. Had you not identified the right team, the blame game will always be there. And that you discover during the last. We are all here celebrating. Can we see up here? Can you see up here? What's up here? It's just lights all over, isn't it? It's like stars. We guys have achieved, all right? So thank you to everybody. Thank you to the chairman of the committee, various committees. Sometimes those meetings took long. Sometimes I was also very worried when I don't see some. I will point out others who were almost disappearing from the radar. Professor Nyangito, sometimes I say, where is Professor? When I see Professor Jesse, I've not seen Professor Nyangito. When I've seen Professor Nyangito, I've not seen Professor Cecilia. Because these are the people that we were expecting to provide leadership, and they really did provide leadership. Our colleagues from the other state departments, thank you so much for coming to join us. It's only that normally visibility in the country is seen when we see a lot of visitors coming. Then even in the streets, they know what is going on. They will have said, what is going on here? And then they'll say, oh, there's grassland and rangeland congress going on. They never had an opportunity for that. But I believe the local organizing committee had done a wonderful job had our visitors arrived. I want to say thank you and thank you so much. Now, finally, it's a hope that the proceedings that we have launched, that we are going to launch, we have not launched. I don't know whether they're there. I know there's something behind me. All right, I don't know whether it is the proceedings, that this is going to be the most useful reference material that the country has ever produced on issues related to grassland and rangeland. I want to encourage our professors and our lecturers, and if you are supervising any student, I'm sure some of our colleagues are providing either support, supervision, please direct them to this Congress, and our team, the gurus, the IT gurus. I know that's why we pride ourselves to be one of the best countries on IT. We've proved it again here, however small it is, but you can easily extract this information and domesticate, and now it belongs to us. Now the rights belong to Caldro. Let's clap for Caldro, because now it is your right. You've earned it now. But I think first of all, there's one lady I want to congratulate. Primrose. She's called now, is it Nabuaya or Nabuire? And please, Primrose, stand up. Let these people see you. This lady, that's it. Thank you. Sit. And I want now to plead her case. This lady I thought she was the one who was handling everything because everything was primrose. Murithi will say primrose. Nyambati will say primrose. Everybody, any chair of the committee, primrose. Now that these proceedings are, we have to hand over also primrose to Caldro officially. I don't want just to sign that certificate of appreciation. Please, let's just, now that there are opportunities, let's take this lady. She's very resourceful. And she introduced to me today another powerful lady who was also, I'm told she was behind the success of this, the design team. You know, I've heard somebody talking about the design. Can you stand up, please? And but I can't plead her case, but I can plead for her promotion for the work well done. Thank you. Have a seat. That the DG Caldro, wonderful team you have. Those whom you have, retain and motivate. Retain and motivate. Bring others also on board of such caliber. That is when an organization of national organization like Caldro will be really respected regionally, globally. Like now, we are in the global stage and Caldro is the owner of this right. So anything now is Caldro. But these are the ladies and the team that worked so hard. So let us retain such kind of caliber so that we're able to push our organization to the next level. So I think we've talked of any other, this being the now the proceedings are going to be used for reference material. And especially my team from Directorate of Livestock Production. You know, sometimes when we are designing programs, when you are designing programs, we wait for others to tell us. Now with this material, let's tell them what we want to do and request them to give us the money for that purpose. Because most of the time they tell us we can do this, but because we are so blinded, we say, we can do it. Please, let's take charge. Let's take charge. Let's use such reference material. Because there's problems here that has been put forward, and at the same time, solutions provided. Isn't it? But what do we require then as a government? We require resources to implement what science or research has informed us. And that's, I think, what we want to do. Director Bishar, you know what we have on, and Blaze, you and Blaze, you know what we have in towards ending drought emergencies. It's just a project in our department, I'm trying to tell you. It's not a secret. It is a project that we're implementing in about 3 or 4 ecosystems. All right. And I so believe some of the agencies might not even have such kind of information. And you're talking about restoration of the rangelands. Restoration of the rangelands. And we are putting there now money. The GCF funds. So that's why I look at the Grassland Society as a very important tool that is going to support the Director of Livestock Production. If there's going to be a very close working relation now, is the State Department of Livestock through the Director of Livestock Production to engage with experts who are registered members of the society. And where and that's why we need a society. Where the member is errant, they are kicked out. That pool of consultants is what we want to generate. that will be supporting the State Department to develop programs to deal with range issues. Will be part of the consultants that will be able to engage. Because we borrow and then we return. Why don't we use it here? We have a team, a pool of professors. We have the GCF funds, the new funding frontier now is on GCF funds. And sitting in this place, I see a pool of experts that are able to develop programs that we can write to the National Treasury, which is a designated authority, the National Designated Authority on GCF funds and climate action. Right now, we're talking of COP26, implementation of COP26. What was agreed in COP26? Some of it, maybe the department might carry on, but we need to start working closely now with the society to look at the outcome of COP26 and how do we then implement? How do we put now into action where the government says, take action on the resolutions of COP26? A very simple way of doing things. So let us not sit in our department, in our sections and say, now, as we're handling COP26, the only sometimes good thing about that COP26 or 27 are the trips. DSA. Thereafter, PS, we don't have funds. Then we wait. Some NGO will come and say, we have this proposal, please endorse for us. Yeah, now we cannot refuse to endorse for them because we have not developed ours. So why deny somebody an opportunity that wants to support us and support the country to access funding and the climate funds? So another challenge to our society, work very closely. In fact, as we imagine, as we're implementing COP26, this year, COP27 is going to take place. COP27 is going to take place this year. Are you aware? I think it will be there in September or somewhere there. So we just have, like, for example, we now have a team of the PSS that is leading the implementation of COP26 and actions to be taken. But again, we are required to start preparing for COP27. So we have a lot through the State Department of Livestock, for example, where a lot of issues of climate change are being discussed. Mitigation and our contribution to the climate change through the State Department for Livestock. So I believe that this proceedings and specifically now this new outfit that we have created is going to help us. And finally, let us use these proceedings to re-engineer our development on rangeland and grassland ecosystem. Once we do that, then we'll be branded to be a ministry and a State Department for Livestock that is focused to the development of livestock subsector. So again, I want to say thank you all for coming and being attentive participants. And we look forward to our next engagement. I so believe that we still have more engagements because of the outcomes of this. You can now still, even if we break now the knock, we can still have experts or select committees to follow up some of the issues that you need to us to take to the next level. I believe that out of this, we can all, and maybe when you're sitting down in the next strategy, when you're developing the strategy for the grass society, look at it and say, which area can we then say arising from the deliberations of the Congress, this is what we propose. Because if you ask me, we shall be able to fit anything into the government program. We can either go through the GCF funds or the development funds. The program, the 20 program is being implemented through International Conservation, Union of Conservation, and Nature Conservation, IGC-IRC. So why can't we then also develop similar? And nowadays the funding mechanism has changed. Because we just say that we as the State Department, we are the implementing ministry, but I mean the executing entity, but the implementing agency is a grassroots society of Kenya. That's if I may ask you, Professor Jesse, I simply hand over to you. I say, I trust you. You are an expert. You see, now if you retire, Professor Muridia is going to retire soon. Some of this, like my friend here has retired. That's no, these fellows, they really surprise me. You see, an officer just knocks your door and says, tell me your problem. Yes, I want to say thank you. Do you know, from next week, I will not be with you. Why? I have not signed, I have not sacked you. I'm retiring. Very young. Tell me, where will you go? Him. Ile muda amechunga tu vizuri na familia yake. You're not, yeah? Like you can still work for us, isn't it? In consultancy. And that's where we have lost. And I'm happy that the public service now want to start developing a pool of experts in each of the sectors. So that when you retire, we don't lose you completely. And I kind of cut association with you completely. I don't deal with the Muridi anymore. That is where we want now to go. The pool of experts to be retained, to be undertaking some of the areas where they are able, they have the expertise, and we call you consultants. All right, so that we're also able to export you to other countries and say, if you want this, it's only in Kenya you can get such kind of pool of experts. I think like Kenyan, now they are known to be having a pool of experts on geothermal. In fact, they are now like, they bid for contracts, big contracts in Africa where they want to introduce geothermal. I'm sure they won a contract in Ethiopia, big contract. They're undertaking geothermal activity there or projects. So we also want within the agriculture sector to develop our pool. First of all, to strengthen ours, because you need to know that for a longer period, we have not employed. Now tell me the young guys that we are going to employ very soon. And Karagaras, I'm happy that you have put the advert for them to be employed. At least to start benefiting from others. Like now they will not benefit from Muridi. They're not going to benefit from my brother Wandera here. But unless we now find the programs that are tied to them so that we say, you start also, because you'll start employing an assistant who will be collecting this information for you. And you also provide employment for that person. And they become experts. So I think I'm very happy that this is what has been one of the outcomes. So Dr. Kereger, me and I have only one word. Do I declare or I still hold? If we are ready, if all the systems are ready, no, there is a way of doing it. You just don't declare. There is a way of doing it. Nyambana, sindio? Okay, so therefore, I now want to declare it is now my humble duty to launch these important documents. You see, that's what I was asking. Unakubaliana mimi? Yeah, that's what I was saying. You declare, man, is declare. It's a process, deal. Now I have to keep on this. Just on my please. Yes, that's what I was asking you. It was not in the program.
Actually, Bona PS, I did say you are quite an inspiration to us, even your DG here. You know, with the young people retiring, if you have an outfit for these experts, they'll help you a lot because they know the system inside and they know what capacity they can give you. So we are reading from the same page, but I have only one request as far as rangelands and grasslands are concerned. I started teaching in the university in 1980, and the PS in the Ministry of Agriculture wrote to the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi to start a department of range management. I retired last year, and my dean, Professor Nyagito, is telling me he has no students for range management. I think there's something wrong because those programs was started by the government, and with the education sector the way it's going, key skills, because the students don't know, they are being left out. Why can't we, FDC and the ministry, everybody else, at least designate some key skills, even if students don't know, they are supported, so that you not have these guys in a few years, because there are no student intake.
Dean of faculty, can you confirm what Professor Jesse is saying? Is it true? No officers of range management. No students. I mean, sorry, I'm used to the officers. No students. Bishar, you are just a principal the other day at Wajir. How many students are taking certificate or diploma in range management? Maybe in our tertiary institutions. Kabete, for example, how many? But you don't have now the degree. You're just having the certificates and the diploma. So you can see the disconnect. So I think part of the reorganization of the State Department is to have a range division. Do we have a range division? Then where are the programs for range division? So what we are going to do now, we are going to have engagement with the dean so that we discuss and then we bring on board the development partners. Some of the projects that we have, we can easily make requests to sponsor some of the students for, because if we feel like a student, with the view, because when you advertise to employ range officers, you will never get them. And I'm sure that's what will happen. So I think there is something, we need to do something. Otherwise, why are we creating then this grassland society? Because who are going to be the members of the grassland society? Engineers? Hydrologists? So you can see the connectivity here. I think, thank you for bringing that out. And I think we are going to do something. Thank you.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, now we want to award certificates. We will start with certificate of appreciation from the International President of the Continuing Committee for Rangeland Congress and Professor Ray Smith to the government of Kenya. Yeah, I think they are there.
Yes, we're here.
Yeah, so there's a certificate for the government of Kenya for the financial contribution. There's also another certificate for the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Cooperatives for the financial contribution. and the technical support. There is also another certificate for Honorable Peter Munya. Remember, we were in his office even with Ray. Then there is a certificate of special recognition to Mr. Harry Kimtai, the PS Department of Livestock. So these certificates, the 4 of them, the DG Caro will hand over to the PS. Now, Please clap. Okay, now the next category of certificate is from Ari Kimtai, or it's a certificate of appreciation to the Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization. There's also a certificate of special recognition for Dr. Eliud Kiregel for outstanding and individual service towards the success of the Congress. Yeah, there is one from the international community. There is one from the chairman of NOC. There is also a certificate of recognition for the Animal Production Society of Kenya. Dr. Mbuku, you can receive that one, the chairman of just give me time the way I've arranged it. If you don't disorganize them. Primrose. So now the next special recognition is to Dr. Joseph Muredi, the co-chair of NOC Secretariat.
Oh, he has just given me the next certificate to be given out is for Dr. Elkana Nyambati for the good work that he did as a coordinator. The next person that thank you. The next person to call who actually did a lot of work and he has a number of certificates, but we really appreciate her. And it is our small sister or young sister, Prim. Yeah, we usually call her Prim because that was the shortest form of actually engaging with her easily. Because all of us, we really engage her a lot.
Yeah, she has several because she participated.
We have to count this certificate this lady has been given because nikipatiana tu hivi, you might think it's just moja. Twende ile ya kisiasa sasa. Tunahesabu na mimi. Nikisema moja mnapiga makofi because that is when you are appreciating her. Haya, moja. Ile. Tatu. Nne. Tano. Sita. Saba. Now, in terms of money, I'm an economist, so I have to value this. And whenever you go for a Rambe, I know Margaret knows here, isn't it? That this could be, when you club like that, moja, it's always like 100,000. Yeah? When you go to the politicians' rally and fundraising. So this is equivalent to, I can say, 700,000 if I'm using the least cost. So this is what this lady has done, but it's all in paper. Kereger, kasi kwako. Immediately, just turn and hand over this to Kereger as a way of saying, enda handle liyo makaratasi kwa ofisi. Na uende ukae. na uende ukae, mwambie karatasi nimeacha kwako. Go visit him when these papers are being acted on.
The next one is for Professor Jesse Njoka.
Prof, in all the meetings you attended, thank you so much. I'm so happy.
He's followed by Professor Moses Nyangito. Then next is Dr. Faustin Wandera. Next is Dr. Ken Wamongo. Next is David Mwangi, Dr. David Mwangi.
Piano.
Mm.
Wow.
Next, Dr. Samuel Mbuku. Mm. Mm.
For example, has spoke.
Next is Mr. Simon Nchiri. Next is Professor Cecilia Onyango. Mm. Next is Dr. Festus Muridi, Finance Subcommittee. Next is Dr. George Care, also from Finance and Fundraising. Next is Dr. Michael Cotti.
You are leading which team, Michael? Stewart. Yeah. You need to miss the macho, I mean the physical.
Was what they did. Next is Dr. Patrick Watete. Amen. Next is Miss Florida Maritim.
Another lady who was not with me. She will organize for a meeting that is a moja. But at least I made it. Thank you, Florida. Yeah, thank you so much. You work very hard. Huyu hakuna press. No press.
Next is Mr. Stephen Odipo. Next is Mr. Moses Poit. Next is Mr. Henry Wanyama, followed by Gidemi.
Richard, this is the man who was doing that very great presentation. Hata mimi kuja kujangu ni presentation hata closely. Najua nilikuwa sijaona vizuri.
Mr. Blaise Okinyi. Dr. Oscar Koech. Oscar Koech was from TUAS. Mr. David Murithi from Finance. Miss Linda Adero. Lastly is Nathan Maweo, has been doing a lot of background and logistical support in the North Secretariat.
Wow. These are the team. Now they are coming from everyone now.
Now, last one is the one of registration for the Grassland Society of Kenya to be given certificate to the interim chairman.
Haya. Aja niwasome hii barua because I must read these conditions for everybody to know. Which says, dear sir, madam, enclosed herewith, please find the certificate of registration of your society. It says, number one, I would like to take this opportunity of drawing your attention to the silent requirements of the above acts and rules made thereunder in respect of the registered societies, which are as follows. Now, I do not want to read the rules which says as follows. When I'm giving you these powers, go and read the rules therein and follow those rules therein to make this society a society that follows the law, a society that's going to bring prosperity to this nation, a society that will remain to be remembered as the outcome of born during the joint Grassland and Rangeland Congress. Thank you so much and God bless you. Hiyo ni ya society, pigia society makofi kwanza. Hiyo ilikuwa ni ya society. Now, that was just for the science. Yeah? So, the Director General asimame pale. Tasimama sisi society. Asante. Sasa, it is now my humble duty to launch these important documents of the Congress proceedings. Haya, wacha tuhesabu. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Endelea kupiga makofi jamani. Hiyo ndio inaitwa launching. Na si mimi ndio launch. Asante sana. Sasa because mnaona ile kazi nimefanya, nataka niwakaribishe mkuje mkule keki. Sasa nyinyi wote mkuja hapa tukate hii keki alafu tu Is Ray and Dana still following the proceedings? I think they're watching. Very good.
Dana had to go to bed.
Wapi watu wakuja kuimba kata usiogope. Wapi Magina Cecilia? We Magina Cecilia, you have to come and lead this team. Dr. Wamongo, Jed, I want all the ladies in the house. All the ladies in the house.
Congratulations. I have a message for you. God has sent me to you. I have a message for you. God has sent me to you. Listen, them say, them tell you, say you can never be the one. God say, make I tell you, say now you him choose. In 1 month, in 1 week, you will sing a new song. In 2 days, no lesser than you will hear. Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for you, and you will come back with a new song to sing. God is good. Yes, you will come again with a new song of praise. God is good. Oh, congratulations. Congratulations. them say that I can never be all that I see. I've seen that God is richer than that. Who can battle with the Lord? Nobody who can change his mind around me. Through many years, in many ways, I have seen his faithfulness ever and ever. Yeah. Congratulations, I have seen the glory of God. Congratulations, he has done it for me. And I have come back with a new song to sing. My God is good. Yes, I will come again with a new song of praise. My God is good. Jana usiku niliota ndoto Afrika nzima uliwaka moto. Jana usiku niliota ndoto Afrika nzima uliwaka moto. Jua ilinyesha mvua nayo ikawaka, manabii walitafsiri siku hina sio siri. Unajipenda mikono juu kama umemea, sahau shida kama umefika.
The vehicles that we are assigned to, that we have here, do not go to two places. That is
I am so obsessed. I want to chop your body. I want it to come she. Kuna make I see you. You me love my thing. If you make a bad man sing, I can spend for your head. Talk on that once, I don't care what you said. Cause you're my time. Now him I want to carry from my head. Now you I want to carry to my bed. No, no, no. Don't tell me no, no, no. You could be my partner, never riding so no, no. And we can do our job, you know, it's body use. Tell you what you're doing, oh yeah, baby, carry go. So, yeah, but you never got it. Make I see you then. Now you ain't catch a fast. They do me, I keep back. take my hand and promise to take the lead.
Hello? Can I get your attention? We will finally finish with the by the proceedings. Hard copies here will be handed over by the chairman of NOC to the chairman of NOC Secretariat, the DG, but the note now just a bit. Before we arrive there, we would have gotten a vote of thanks from the director. No, also wait a bit. He should have gotten thanks from the the director of livestock production. But before that, I want to make a small announcement. Then Professor Nyangito has one announcement to make before we finish. My announcement is regarding tomorrow. We were supposed to go to Malindi, we changed. We were going to go around here in Mombasa in some places using a hired bus. That has been a challenge because of procurement issues. So tomorrow we will leave here at 9 with the vehicles that we were assigned we traveled with. And then we'll go to 2 places, I'm told, for the Jesus and Mamangina Drive. We come back here to the hotel for lunch and then go for team building in the beach. Those are the latest plans. So Professor Nyangito, now come and make your announcement.
Thank you, Nyambati, Dr. Nyambati. Just a quick one. Because we have launched, the site is launched, it's registered. We feel that this is a very important occasion when our patron and the PS is here, that we launch the registration exercise. And next week, we are going to have the Panga account opened. We have already begun the paperwork. The form I wish to distribute is just a commitment form so that we can be able to call on you that you give us a commitment. Now we are ready. Register and pay in. The registration fee will be attached. As simple as that. And therefore, I wish to begin that commitment with our patron. Primrose, come please. Vice Primrose. Okay, but still help me. Can we have somebody so we have a pen where our patron would sign a commitment? It's extremely important because now you can handle that. And quick, come. Yes, you see, rangelands, they also have crops. Yeah. So long as you have signed this good enough, the other details you will fail later. Excellent. I think the established sign down there. Yes, that's good enough. Then we have yeah. Then we have the other PS. The other PS representative is here. Please. Yes, please. Oscar, where are you? How much money? To communicate. Excellent. Then we have our Director General, please do. Muredi, you are next. Come on this side. You have done a very good job. Just come on this. Yes, please come on this side. Professor Nchoka, utanifuata hapa sasa, usaidie chairman next sign. Alafu the others now, you can take the rest, give the other people. As Muredi, come this side. Yeah, put them here. Please, we are continuing, Cecilia. Just officiate. Wait. Professor Nchoka, ako wapi? I sign. Let's finish it fast. Yeah. They will come. They will come on this side. Give us 2 more. They want, please. The others take the phone they are going down.
Yeah, Professor Nyangito. Yeah, maybe the form can move to the back.
The filled forms can be given to me. Yeah, so that I collect them.
The field forms can be given to place behind there. Can I call your order, please? Can you be seated? Can you be seated? Including the media, you can be a bit patient. So one more announcement is that we have only given certificates to the NOC members who are here. The other NOC members whose certificates are ready, but we did not give them here because they are not here, but they will be sent to wherever they are. So that is what will happen. Chair, before you hand over the books, Ray has made comments online there that he enjoyed the launch, particularly the graphics, and he's still online. We are wondering whether we can give him a chance to say something. Ray, you can hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I wish I was there. I'm a little bit jealous of eating cake, but next time I visit Kenya, maybe we can have a small celebration. Thank you. And you all are all to be very much congratulated. And Dana sent along congratulations before she went to bed. And she had hoped she could come, but it was short notice and her passport had expired. So we look forward to being there for the first meeting of the Kenya Grassland and Rangeland Conference. So look forward to seeing you in the near future, hopefully, and definitely look forward to seeing you in Kentucky in 2023 in May. We hope to include some celebration of Kenya and the successful meeting as well at this next Congress. Thank you.
Michael, can you step forward? So, Bwana PS, now you can come here with the DG. You hand over the books. So that is those ones. Yeah, volume 1 and volume 2. They are going to the secretariat. More copies are going to be printed that will be coming to your office. Put it, So as you saw from the program, after the vote of thanks, there will be a press briefing as we agreed how to accompany the chair of NOC, and then from there will be a cocktail. So we can take it outside. Yeah, we can take it outside. So now I invite the Director of Livestock Production to give a vote of thanks. Then Professor, you will pray for us as we go.
Our chief guest, my post, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Livestock, the PS representative, Dr. Oscar, I think I'm right. My brother, the DG, Calro, and colleagues, good afternoon. Our PS, sir, I want to thank you very much for coming to this very important function despite your busy schedules. And we will not take that for granted for sure. It's a commitment. This is your baby. I know you have two babies. When I came to the State Department of Livestock, you did give me an assignment that make sure the Animal Production Society is on its track. And I want to inform you today that we have secured resources for them to complete their stakeholders workshop. And before the end of June, they will have completed the stakeholders workshop for them to, for the process of the document going to, I think after the workshop, we will do present the documents to you so that the process of the legal process starts for it to go to National Parliament. For that one, I can assure you we have done it and we have secured the resources. Today, you have also given me another assignment that I should take over the new outfit and find it somewhere within the State Department of Livestock and the Directorate of Livestock Production. I want to assure you that this will help me great deal as a State Department on issues of range management in the Directorate of Livestock Production. As you gave the instructions, I did some consultation with the 20 project, and they did tell me that they can be accommodated in the program as per the project document. I will assure you that this new outfit will be a service provider for this 20 project. That one I can also assure you. I assure you, sir, that with your guidance, we will re-engineer our thinking on how we were able to develop the pastoral, the pastoralists in the pastoral areas. That something I like, which you say that same thing in a different way, rebranding. I can assure you that we will rebrand the range management division in the months to come or the years to come. I can also assure you that we will use this document you have launched today as our reference material in the range management division. So I think in the Animal Production Society and the Grassland and Rangeland Society, you are now registered as a founding member #1. So that I think will go into history, and it is our wish and hope that we will continue supporting these two outfits, which is indeed your baby. For our colleagues, I want also to thank you for the good job that you have done coming up with this very important, useful reference material. To our DG, I want to thank you very much for steering this process. You did us proud and you did our country proud. My dear Dr. Oscar, the PS representative for State Department of Crop, we are also inspired by the speech of the Principal Secretary of Crops. I took note of all that you have been saying, and I also took note of what my PS was saying, and I've taken it to, I was just taking word by word to all your instructions, and I will assure you, my PS, that we are going to implement those programs, some of the programs before, the short-term programs before the July this year. With those few remarks, I want to tell you thank you and enjoy our evening. Thank you.
Thank you. What a ceremony. Can you imagine how happy I am that we have a new association and the PS promised to give us students plus the director. Yeah, the ASAO. You know, at the FDCs, and you need it more than we do. So please, how can we close?
Actually, Panapias, there's something I forgot. The FCDCs are supporting students, range management students in Wajir, 5 of them. So we'll still continue engaging them so they're able to sponsor the degree student. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we are very happy, Wanadiji, for having this group of people working very hard and for co-opting us. We should have stopped working for this NOG because we retired. But you still treated us as from the university, from wherever. And I really am happy about this structure because I have a way of engaging with my colleague there and Degwa, and even the one who retired. No, you have so much. So we can come together and help interact with the new people, and we see how we can go forward. So thank you very much for all that. And we are very grateful indeed for you finding time, for you representing, and you found another Oscar here. So I hope you can team up. And for all of you who have come, who have been patient, and I just want to say thank you very much. I would like to pray, but someone can help me to pray. Nyagito, pray for me. Pray for us. You should be even thankful you have a whole.
Thank you. I would like to pray. Please stand up. Simameni. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come into thy presence once again this afternoon. We want to thank you for your grace, your strength, and the very good fellowship you have given us together as your children. See the many things we have done here during this retreat. See the glory that has come through for your own name. See the many plans that have been uttered. How I pray that my Father, you would go ahead of us in every step, so that my Father, we will do as your children that which will transform our grasslands and rangelands and the communities in there for your own glory. We have come to this wonderful conclusion of the day. Our my Father, we thank thee for our leaders, our PS, Harry Kimtai, our representative PS, Dr. Oscar, our Director General, my Father Krieger, and all those who have come here, including our directors. I pray that my Father, you will press them, that they will never lack anything for sparing time to be with us and taking this agenda forward. We thank our foreign participants and the collaborators from the continuing committee, Diana and Leigh Smith. We press them with their families, my Father, and prosper them in your work. As now we retire for the evening, be with us, my Father, and be with us until we conclude our mission here in Mombasa. Disperse us not from your presence, but disperse us to your grace, for we have prayed in Jesus' name. Amen.
The congregation is dissolved. Oh, group photo before we dissolve. We go outside for group photo. Group photo. Oh yeah, I will.
celebrate your party